Hey, what's up, everybody? Let's get to this. This is Rounders tonight, and we're jumping into it. We're gonna got a little something special tonight. We're bringing you a sampling of what our regular schmegular game is out there in the main room. This is a 1-2 cash game, and joining me tonight is one of Bet on Drew's friends, Jake Hershey, also known as Neckbeard, all the way from Baltimore, Maryland. What's up, Jake?
What's going on, Rude? Let's talk about it, all right? Tonight's action is going to start with a 1-2 no-limit game. But from what I've heard and what you've been telling me about Texas poker, we're going to be seeing a lot more action than just that. Guys, tonight at Rounders Card Club, we're pulling at random a table from the floor. They've already been pulled. You can see them start coming in now. They've been chosen at random, and they're sitting at our main stage stream table. Different players going in and out all night long, so I'm sure we're going to see a lot of fun characters along the way. But before we get into it, I got to ask you something, Rude.
Yep.
Is it a requirement in Texas for there to be at least 2 cowboy hats per table, or did we just get lucky?
You know what? This man. Gosh, somebody's gonna have to help me out here. I'm really bad with names. I know all these players. I'm in the card room all the time, and I just can't remember this gentleman's name. Oh, we got 2. Oh shoot, I didn't see that one there.
That's right.
No, this is
Looks like seat 4 and seat 6.
This is a special event. They do all 50% of the guys do ride their horses to the card room, but not everybody wears a cowboy hat.
Is there horse parking out front?
Yep. You tie your horse right up to the hitching post. That's how we do it.
I love it. I'm excited. So my next question after that was going to be, so since you play here all the time, you're going to probably see a lot of familiar faces.
Yep. That's true. I can see 3 players in the screen right now. I've played with all 3 of them. We've got Chris on the left, the cowboy in the middle. I just can't remember. It's just the name.
That's cowboy number 1.
And then we got Fred. He's probably typically when he plays on the stream, he does play on live streams from time to time. He likes to go by the name of Taco.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got a Taco here in Maryland also.
Luis, that's it.
PLO player.
I got prompted. Thank you. Chad saved me. Luis, of course. Luis is from out of town, but I'll be danged. He is there every weekend. And by weekend, I mean probably like Friday to Monday.
So does he bring a lot of the action into town?
He is good action. Yeah, he's fun.
So what exactly are the rules there at Rounders? Can you straddle from any position? What amounts? What should I be looking forward to?
We've got 2 spots that you can straddle from. You can straddle from under the gun or button straddle. And the way that our button straddle works, it's a hard rock straddle. So the action is going to start under the gun, and then it's going to skip over the button and go to the small blind and then the big blind, unless there are 2 raises in front of the button, right? So
Gotcha.
If there's one raise, let's say someone from middle position raises, it's still going to go in the order that I just described. However, if we have a 3-bet before the button, then the button will act in turn. That makes sense?
No, that's cool. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I've never heard that rule before. I've seen it where if there's any change of action, then it goes right to the button. It doesn't skip over. And then here in Maryland, if you button straddle, it starts in the blinds. So that's a immediate difference I notice. But
that's what we call a Mississippi straddle.
That's right. And a lot of rooms here, you can straddle from any position. We actually have one casino here where you can straddle any position other than the blinds for as much as you want. So if you want to straddle your whole stack, you can.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a lot of action.
So you're a dealer. What's the card room that where do you deal?
So I actually deal downtown Baltimore at the Horseshoe Casino.
The
Caesars property.
Okay. All right.
It's Horseshoe, Caesars, that's all WSOP branding. So we got all the cool pictures on the wall. Chris Moneymakers hanging up there, big and bright, front and center. And it is a very, very actiony room. Sometimes I wish I didn't work there so I could play there.
How many tables do you have?
We have 25 or 23 tables total, and on the
Okay.
weekends we're almost full spread.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nice. We've got, you can see in the background, that's the main room there.
pretty big.
We have 30 tables total,
Nice.
and the live stream table is in what we call the high society area.
Okay, so
And
this is where you put the high limit hold'em and PLO games and stuff?
yeah, typically it's really more of a yeah. Whenever we do have our high limit games, they'll typically be played in this room. That is
Awesome.
true. Now we do have one stream table, so we will run like final tables. We'll live stream the final tables, and
Okay,
then once or twice a week, just kind of depending on how things are working with everyone's schedule, we'll have a a cash game once a week,
awesome.
twice a
Well,
week.
I'm really looking forward to getting into this action. Sounds like we got an intro video queued up for you guys, and when that's done, we're gonna be back here with me, Jake, and Rude, and we're gonna take you along through the night.
That's right. And we're going to be looking for some action. If not, I'm going to do my best to get these guys off of, or whoever's holding up a spot and putting us to sleep. We'll get him out of there. We'll give him a hook.
Sounds like a plan, Rude.
All right. Let's see. Looks like we still got a couple of guys who are moseying. Will you go?
Yeah,
We'll use that verb. Here we go. I think we're gonna move on to our. Yep. I think our intro video is coming up. Chad has control of our stream. IT Chad working all the
shout out
buttons.
Chad.
Yeah, this is a Skater Die 87 asking if this is a live. No, it is a delay. It's a 15-minute delay.
But we are watching it live with you as we commentate on all the action.
Yeah, what we see happened 15 minutes ago. I'll tell you, let's talk about until the video comes up. Let's talk about what else is going on in the room. We have pause while I check my poker atlas.
Table's pulling. Nobody. George will probably end up putting the game, but I'll just keep it.
So at Rounders tonight,
I got the button. We're ready to go.
we've got a free roll, $10,000 guaranteed free roll.
All right, game's clocked in.
That's
We're gonna
going
get started.
on. Oh, here we go.
But I'm sorry, it's worth it. It's worth every minute. See how you act.
I told you I got lucky on the river.
Hey, you guys just witnessed poker, y'all.
Oh my God.
That's old school, new school, and that's what happens. Poker is a salesmanship.
Ant-Man might win a $4,000 side pod with 8
Right.
high.
If it's ace of 5 pairs the board.
Oh my gosh. And Ant-Man's gonna win the side pot with 8 high. All in.
Yeah. Gonna shove.
Yeah.
And then immediately acting, and they always.
Another good fold. So you definitely want to target just full colors with his quads as a player a decent frequency at a time. And he does call. Gonna be shown the quads. And then he 8.
When that ace hits the river,
Oh,
that's not good.
and I feel, but no, yeah, it does fold.
And here we are, rounders tonight. Thank you guys. Friday night. Thanks for joining us. We're gonna jump into the middle of this hand here. We're joining them on the turn.
That intro music got me fired up.
I know, isn't that? I love it. It's me going.
Looks like Brandon's betting out. The other two players just have ace and queen high, so they're just going to let him go, and Brandon's going to take this one. We're on. That's hand number one. You don't win the first one, you can't win them all. Brandon's off to a good start.
That's what they say. Well, thank
Can
you.
he go 2 for 2?
Thank you guys for joining us. Please jump in the chat when you get a chance. Interact with us. Ask us questions. We're available. If you well, let's get started. Let's get some action. Let some action play out before I start asking for likes and stuff like that. Let's take a look. Here are the players and see.
Looks like your friend Taco's doing pretty good.
Taco's there. How's Taco doing?
He's the big stack.
So what we did, guys, just so everyone knows, in case you're just joining us, we did describe this when we were coming in earlier. We just plucked a random table from the main room, brought it over, and whoever was okay with it, was willing to play on the stream, they are playing on the stream. We're going to get some insight into how they play.
9 is a fold. 1 is a call.
I got a
Taco
friend
with
in
the
the chat.
suited king is made it $10 to go.
And a call to C5.
Taco's stack is big because he'd been playing for a while, so he's already not sure how much he bought in for. If I had to guess, I would say about 400 or 500.
Now, do you take Taco to be a bit of a bully, or is
Not
he
really,
pretty
no.
solid?
Not really. It really kind of depends. That's a good question. We're going to put our eyes on it and see how things progress, how the game goes. But Taco's one of those guys who's able to adjust his game depending on who he's playing against. Now here we see Luis leading with an ace. He's got middle pair.
I'm not sure I like the lead here. I mean, I would maybe check raise with a pair, but it looks like Taco kind of flopped the world here with the king high flush draw.
Fold. 1.
And Taco does just call. You can see Luis is ahead at the moment, but Taco's got a ton of outs. Any king, any heart. There's the heart, giving him the second nut flush.
Player bets 20.
Luis is still just giving him the money.
Continues to lead. Third pair now.
Our producers are telling us that a lot of these players had just bought in, and Taco was the only one who came with a stack that he was pre-playing at a previous table.
No, Taco or Luis is undeterred. Taco raised.
He could just think Taco's doing this with like the ace of hearts or something like that.
Oh man, this is going to cost
some trips. Oh boy, Luis leading now with
bet.
a big bet. Looks like about $100.
$100.
100 into 163.
Oh, Taco just calls.
Just
When the
calls.
board pairs, kind of makes sense to just call. You never know. He could have the ace high flush or a full house the way he was leading every street there. And Taco's going to take this one, $188 pot.
Coming from this pot. Okay.
He continues his hot streak coming from that other table with about 2 buy-ins. He's going to have another half buy-in to add to that.
That last card got you in trouble. Had to wait. Poker, man. What's that?
Preston's in the chat. He's tilted. He's at home. Preston's at home and he's tilted that Luis is playing out of the rack.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, are you allowed to do that in Texas? Because here you can't.
We don't really have a rule against it. It's typically it's encouraged to pull it out of the rack. I'm not sure if he has problems stacking chips or is prone to knocking them over. But Preston's right. He does often or probably always play out of a rack.
No
I got a
budget.
buddy in chat.
Leave outside
He
salt.
says he's played with you a few times. He's originally from San Antonio, but he lives in Baltimore now. Plays at the Horse Show all the time. His name's Anon. He's asking when are we going to Texas to play? And
Yes.
he said that you would stake us.
Oh, well, I like the part about you guys coming to Texas and play. I don't know about the staking part. Yeah, you guys got anybody
That's
who
fine.
can
We'll
vouch
bring
for
our
you?
own though.
No,
Yeah, right. I got a couple people.
Okay.
have a call on seat 5.
Luis picking up 5-4 suited under the gun. He's just gonna limp in.
Seat 6,
Limping is
ace
pimping,
10.
they say.
Seat 7 calls.
And Cannon with the ace jack offsuit, calling
9 fold.
tacos raise.
1 fold.
See, he's got him dominated.
3 is a fold.
Brandon calling with a suited queen,
5 is a call.
and Chris giving up his big blind, not wanting to defend it 5 ways. So we're going 4 ways of the flop. Texas poker
For the flop.
at its finest. It's living up to the hype. 3-10-5 offsuit flop. See, Luis has the best of it.
Seat 7, check.
Just a pair of fives.
Check around.
Last time he led with
Actions
second
in
pair.
2.
This time he
2
chooses
checks
to
as
not do that.
I wonder what the strategy is there. Looks like Brandon's got the bottom pair. And now a jack on the turn, giving Cannon top.
6 check.
Camden, seat 7. Looks like he's going to
7.
bet.
Bet 10.
Small bet. Small little offering. $10 into a $43 pot. Quarter size
Quarter
bet.
pot.
5 is a fold.
And Luis just folds this time. And Cannon's going to take this one down. One of 2 cowboys at the table.
That's right. Let's see. We'll stick around and see if there's a shootout
Let's hope
later. Ghost of M, what's up, Ghosty? There
Hey.
you are.
Blind, big blind, please. Win one.
I feel like we haven't interacted in a while.
Ghost has been too busy on those popular streamers chats. Maybe a little bet on Drew.
Yeah, we've taken a couple of months off because of the holidays and just travel conflicts.
Sure.
But happy to be back.
6 fold.
Lucky for you, the good weather's coming back next week too. I mean, we just got covered with snow here in Baltimore.
Oh.
1 call. I'll raise it to $10.
Okay. David from in seat 1 is going to make it $10 with a Jack 10 suited.
Fold 4.
Luis in
5
seat
is a call.
5 in the big blind.
Just calling.
7 is a
Just
call.
call Ace Queen suited.
For the flop.
Let's
3 play.
Fortunately for
Other
David,
players-
Brandon's got spades covered. A couple of
Action
8s out there.
a paired board 8-8-2.
That's
Everybody
25.
whiffs except Brandon has bottom pair. That counts.
Fold and 7.
Oh, that is true.
Backdoor flush.
1
Draw.
fold.
Brandon wondering if his deuce might be good enough.
Looks like he's just letting it go. Ace high gonna take this one down. Luis happy to get a little bit back.
I missed his bet. What was his bet size like? Did you notice?
He bet 25 into pot about 40 or 50, so about half pot. If I got the deuce there, though, I'm probably going to call C1. You just never know what Luis is going to have there. I mean, we're only a few hands in, and we've already seen some interesting action.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. I didn't realize it until I had
Ready for the card?
already with the like the stack size is just like massive. It's like I bought it for small. I ended up making 400.
You can hear the players talking about what sounds like a bigger game
Yes.
that they were playing out there. Henry picking up ace queen offsuit. I'm sure we're going to see a raise here.
Seat 7. Seat 9 raises.
Does raise. Standard $10 raise.
2 call for $10.
Brandon calling with a super
What is your
queen.
standard opening? Neck, what is your standard opening at a 1-2 game?
Well, I don't play 1-2 that often. Here in Maryland, we have 1-3, and I generally open a 10. I like a 3 big blind raise, not a 5 big blind raise, but at 1-2, you kind of have to raise it 5 bigs. Just, if you have a strong hand and you want to get all in by the river, you got to start building the pot early. But, here you'll see a lot of $15, $20, even $25 opens on a 1-3 game. But it seems like everybody at this table has a pretty standard opening size of $10.
That's 20. 9.
Taco bets 20 with a gut shot, straight draw.
You can see Brandon's got the best of it right now, just with a third pair.
And Brandon's a short stack, so he's going to be pretty careful with his. I think he's going to be careful with the remainder of his stack.
Yeah, I mean, if he calls this, he's only got about $50 behind, and it looks like he does fold.
Yeah.
Taco's going to take it with jack high. Sometimes you don't need the best hand to win, folks.
Neopalua, thank you for joining us. I see you there in the chat. Squan 4 shouting out Drew. Drew is in Houston, bopping around over there. He went over for the Moneymaker tour. He's on a final table. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I saw he was
Good for
in a
him.
tournament, and looks like he was running pretty good. So we wish him the best.
Hands distance away from the table, you're fine.
I'd say in these
Very
games,
good.
I'd probably open. I mean, $8 is fine. I'm probably still opening to $10. I have played quite a bit of 1-2 anytime I've taken a trip to Vegas, and you'll see some players open for $6, some even open for $4, which I just think is ridiculous.
Yeah,
And
you're
makes me
not going to see
3-bet
that.
anything.
You won't see these things here in Texas. Yeah, $10 is probably going to be the smallest opening.
We've had some 1-3 games here in Maryland where under the gun opens to 65.
Oh, just
Yeah.
1-3-65.
Yeah, when the game's late and it's super deep all around the table, they tend to just bump up the sizings a lot. Of course, depending on the player as well. Luis flopping second pair here, Henry with bottom pair, and Camden with the king high and backdoor hearts.
Luis is good for flopping second pair. He's connected with
Yeah, let's
almost
stay consistent.
every flop he's played.
Yeah.
He's got backdoor clubs as well.
We spent 10. We had a call.
Backdoor wheel draw, or even 5-6. Backdoor hearts for Camden, not good enough. He's going to let it go.
Now the 8 pairs the board is going to make Luis feel a little bit better about his hand having second pair. It's
That's
less
true.
likely that Henry's going to have an 8 here. Goes check, check. River brings in a king, unfortunately for Cannon, now folding what would have been the best hand. And it's going to check, check on the river, and Luis is going to take this one.
Ace of 4s with the king is good.
Next question from Lawrence Harmel in the chat. Wants to know if they do bomb pots in Maryland.
So we do bomb pots for time raked games, just to take the time out. So mostly PLO, and at a couple casinos, including the Horseshoe, we have 2-5 is time raked. So generally, when a dealer switches out, they do a bomb pot, single board, and yeah, the button stays after the bomb pot.
How many cards down? How many whole cards? 2.
2 for No Limit Hold'em in the 2-5 game, but in PLO it's 4 cards.
Okay. Here we have our bomb pots are 2 whole cards, and double board. So it's double board bomb pot.
Mhm.
And then in the 1-3 games and above, it's PLO double board bomb pots.
So do they put out 2 flops and then action starts under in the small blind?
That's right.
Or do they
Well,
just,
yeah,
okay,
it's smart. Yeah,
they
in
don't
front
just
of the
run
button.
board out.
Mhm. We have our own bomb pop button. The bomb pop button is separate, independent of the regular button. It moves in the opposite
okay.
direction. That way, you don't
Seven is a call.
accidentally get the
Before that, I grew up.
benefit of having the button twice.
Okay. See, we do it so the button doesn't move after the bomb pot because of the fact that position doesn't really make a difference. I mean, it makes a little bit of a difference, but in a bomb pot, you never know what you're going to get. So
Right, but if you think
position
about
doesn't
it,
matter as much.
Nick, if you think about it,
Mhm.
if you have a dealer change
Nine bits.
and seat 5 has the button at the time, then the next dealer change, if the button happens to be on seat 5 again, he's got the bomb pop button twice, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's why we have different buttons, and everyone has a turn at being the last to act.
We just call that dumb luck.
Yeah. Dumb luck. 2 pair for David makes it 40.
Top 2. Big bet going about 2/3 pot here.
Nine.
Henry's got 1 pair, middle pair, and backdoor straight and flush draws, so he might call here. It looks like Henry actually bet and David raised it.
Mm-hmm. David takes it down.
We got Drew in the chat. What's up, Drew? Good luck on your final table.
Ball blinds.
Take it down for the home team.
Drew, what are you doing in the chat? Get back in the final table.
Pay attention.
Ball blinds, sir, for a dollar.
Taco's up almost 200. Oh, that's not Drew.
That's not Drew. That's just our producer. Got it.
Chad is using Drew's laptop. Okay.
This is going to be in seat 1. Balls $2.
David M making an extremely loose call here under the gun with 10-7 offsuit.
5's a call. 6's a call. 7 a call.
Looks like we might have a limped
8's a
pot.
call.
A
9's
lot
a
of
call.
offsuit hands. Brandon calling with Jack 3 suited.
That's going to make Brandon happy if it limps around.
Yeah.
Flop coming.
$10 in the pot. 5 ways to the flop. Oh man, these 8s are really working tonight so far.
Nobody connecting except for Brandon here.
Need 8 checks.
He's got a 3.
Need 9 checks. Need 1 check. 2 checks.
Let's see if
5
Luis
checks.
takes a stab.
Checks are out.
He does not. He checks.
So the problem. Oh, well,
Oh, a 3rd 8. See, now
Brandon,
I'm
Brandon
gonna guess that
may
Brandon's
come to
competitive.
life now.
Check. 9 is a check. 1 is a check.
And I guess with this bet, everybody's going to fold. I don't think anybody's going to call to try to hit their 3 outer or 6 outer on the river.
I'm sorry, you were saying?
5 calls.
Surprise, surprise, Luis is in there. He's got some outs, an 8,
He does.
another 3, a queen, or a 10.
1 is a fold. What?
And a 3 would be for a chop. But he does have some outs to win this. And he doesn't get one.
Need 2 checks. Need
Check,
5
check, and
shows,
Brandon's going to
queen
take
10.
down this one with 8s full of 3s.
Pair
That's
three.
a big pickup for
Ace full.
a guy with a $70 stack.
He can say that again.
Yeah, that again.
Adding about 15%
Ace
to his
policy
stack.
tonight.
Yeah.
No, I lost. $3 big blind? Yeah, I lost.
Yeah, that's tough, man. When you've got Jack 3 and the flop is 8-8-3, there's
yeah.
not very many turn cards that you're gonna feel good about. So
Right.
that's
Yeah, I'm
something you
honestly
might
surprised we
wanna-
didn't see him lead out on that flop, but
goes
the
to
8 turn is
celebrating
really good for
What'd you play? 8?
goes to celebrating that
You're out.
pickup for Brandon. That was huge.
$2.
Yeah.
It's not bad. Have to take it.
him. Taco continues to dominate. $850 in his stack. And Brandon on the gun now picks up ace 3 suited, a real hand.
8.
There's an $8 raise from him,
Need 4 is a fold.
putting in 10% of his stack.
Raise to 7. 8. 5 calls.
One of our lovely
Action
servers,
is in 6.
Desi, coming by.
Volume good.
Shout
Got
out
a
Desi.
full service bar. We got a bar and grill. We got a
Thank you, dear.
very extensive
We have
menu.
a call in
Good food.
6, a call in 7,
You're really trying to convince me to come down there.
fold in 9.
All right, let's see what's going on here. We got a lot of people in this pot here. We've got 2 suited aces, right? 2
Yep.
suited wheel cards. We've got a pair of 7s from Taco. King 7 suited for Luis.
Ready for the flop.
I bet that he's going to hit. Well, it's going to be hard for him to hit his
You
bottom.
know he's in there with any 2 suited. Oh, there's the king.
He's got a
and
king
2 spades.
and 2
Come on.
spades. Big
Come
flop
on. Did you
for
see a better
Luis.
flop? I think the only better flop than that for him is king, king 7. But Taco's got 2 7s, so that's very, very, very difficult.
Let's see what's going on here. David is leading with middle pair. Brandon min clicks with
Well, Brandon's got the backdoor diamond.
Backdoor diamond. Yeah, okay. I guess that's
6 fold,
optimistic.
7 fold.
Then in multi-way, you either want to raise there or fold there. I'd probably raise maybe to 40. I wouldn't just raise to 20.
Well,
but
with
we
his
know Brandon's
stack,
got
I
a
don't.
short
That
stack,
that
so.
size doesn't really make a lot of sense. Unfortunately
Right.
for him, that's
Watch out.
that's the difficulty with having that stack size, right?
25.
Here's a
Here we go.
perfect turn card for Brandon.
I
And
agree.
he's going to get it in here. He's got a gut shot, needs a deuce or a diamond or an ace. And David's still going with the story leading out on the turn. I
Luis
think
is
Luis
just calling
called us.
behind.
52 total.
Maybe he's concerned that David has the nut flush draw.
It could be.
Here it comes.
And
Side.
surprisingly, David doesn't re-raise. The betting
Bring it
was
back
still
on the side,
open.
gentlemen. Main pot is for him. Gonna
But
create a
with
side
only
pot.
middle pair, what can you really do? And he's got a call. He's priced in.
Action is in seat 1.
And
Now,
it looks
let's
like
see
everything bricked.
gonna
And
happen
Luis
here.
has the best hand.
Luis does have the best hand, but David continues to lead.
Only $25 though. I'd be very, very surprised. to see
Tiny,
Luis go for
tiny
this.
bet.
It's a tenth of the pot. Actually, less than that.
And a call. So I need to
And
do
of
these
course,
2
he
hands.
calls top pair,
Flicks it
and
in.
he's gonna win it. Scoop.
King takes the side pot. King takes the main pot.
Brandon ends up with a nut flush draw and open-ended on the river.
Yeah, on the river.
That's going to be, yeah, it's not a good outcome.
Ghost of M looking for the hype train. Where's the hype chat?
Whoop, whoop.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Cowboy Luis. I would
Getting
say
some back.
stacking his chips, but he's racking his chips.
It looks like he's getting ready to go, but we know him by now. He's not going anywhere.
He ain't going nowhere.
You, sir. Thank you. Seat 2, I'm unchecking. Seat 2 is
We've
out.
got a seat open. Anybody interested? Anybody in chat want to come on down? Rounders Card
poor
Club,
Brandon.
San Antonio, Texas. Where's
You're
Bach and
on stream.
I-10?
You got to rebuy.
Yeah, I think I saw him walk out of the room.
Oh, bummer. Well, GG's, Brandon. Thanks for joining us here on the stream table. Had about 1 million outs on that last hand and unfortunately could not hit.
5 folds, 6 folds, 7 calls to 2, 8 calls.
Luis has been active. I think this is the first hand he's folded. Oh, Camden with a monster.
And 1 call.
Yes.
He just limps with kings.
Oh, boy. And
How
this
many
limps all
players
the way
does he have
through.
to fade?
Oh, it's 5-handed.
Oh,
And,
man.
Everybody else has pretty much the entire deck covered. So we'd love to see kings hold up here, but it's going to be tough.
Flop coming. Play hand. It's fun.
Let's see. Here's
Wait
the
a
flop.
while. Yeah.
Oh, a king in the window.
King
Seat
5-3,
King
2
5-3.
clubs.
Oh, boy.
Flush draw for Gabriel.
3 bets $5.
And he's leading out for $5. Half pot.
3 bet 5. Seat 7 calls. Seat 8.
Cannon
calls.
just calls.
Seat
Son
9
Don't you
Kings
want to
just
raise
calling.
here and start to build the pot a little bit?
I would say that's probably a good idea.
5 of clubs on the turn. Oh, 5 of clubs already out there.
Oh,
Oh, there's another
there's a
club.
flush. Flush comes in. Gable with a 10 high flush.
Player bets 3 and C.
Another half
Oh, I'm
pop
sorry,
bet.
that's 15 and 3.
And also,
Three
Henry's
rounds. We have a
open-ended.
call and 7 and 8's a fold. Heads up.
So Camden here is hoping that the
Oh,
board
sorry, sorry,
pairs. If we see another club, he can probably get away from his
we have
hand,
three
or it's just going to go check.
Going into the river.
If the board pairs, you might see Gabriel slow down.
How about a
And
7?
Henry's in there with
How
the
about a 7
open-ended.
of hearts?
Oh,
Okay,
boy.
that'll work.
There's the straight. There's
Yep.
a straight for
Straight for
Henry.
Henry.
Check.
Gabriel slows down.
So listen to this, guys. The guy with pocket kings has the worst hand now on the river.
And he's leading out. He only bet 10, and Henry's raising. I think
Henry raises
Gabriel.
25.
It's tough for Gabriel to raise here with just a 10 high flush. He's probably just going to call. I'm really surprised at these bet sizes, honestly. They're very small. You're basically just trying to get calls from everybody. But the problem with that is you're not going to fold out any hands that you want to fold out.
He's got too much
away
interest in the
from
spot.
top set.
25.
No, I'm gonna straight.
25 and 25 was a call.
And Henry sees the bad news that his straight is no good.
There you go.
And we got a $135 pot going Gabriel's way.
There you go. 10 deuce. Texas Dolly's hand. 10 deuce suited. Now see what happened. The reason why Gabriel was allowed to see that flop is because the kings didn't raise. No one raised.
Right, exactly. Nobody raised. And the kings could even raise on the flop when Gabriel leads out there. But
yeah,
he did
I just
pull the
think
pot.
yeah, I agree with you. He definitely could have raised on the flop, but really he missed a raise pre-flop. I think you're just going to put
Definitely.
yourself in such tough spots by allowing so many players in the pot to see the flop.
Sure. We got a new player coming to the table.
Yeah, but he's going to wait. The button passes anyway. So we're going to keep going.
Yeah, there's no telling if Gabriel would have played that hand if there was a raise, but judging by the action at this table so far, I'm going to go with he would have been in there.
You think so?
Yeah. I think he was the big blind that hand, so it's almost like you got to defend with almost any two suited.
7.
I'm taking notes, Jake. Take notes
9 raises to 10.
for when you do come to Texas.
1 raises to 20.
You're gonna know all my secrets.
3 fold.
Yeah, I'm also gonna know not to stake you.
We have a call on C4.
Okay.
All right, we got 2 raises here. Henry's raising with the 10-9 suited, and David is 3-betting with king-9 suited, and Chris just calling with the ace-queen offsuit. Again, I don't know about these sizes. They're just clicking buttons at this point.
Yeah.
$10 to $20.
Yeah.
But you know what? I do have to say, because I noticed that most of the stacks are around 300. Is it a $300 max buy-in for 1-2?
Just to start the game, but once the game is started, you can match 75% of the big stack. So anybody coming in could come in for 75% of Taco's stack.
Gotcha.
Which is sizable,
that's
right?
Cool. Yeah, absolutely.
So we got ace, king, 10, 2 hearts, and Chris leading out for 40 with a gut shot to Broadway, top pair and a good kicker, and everyone else folds.
This is a scary sizing to all those other hands. I probably call one with a king, but with Chris just calling the 3-bet pre-flop, he's pretty strong, and he's most likely going to have a strong ace. And if even if the king-9 hits 2 pair on the turn, that might not be good. So he's just letting go of second pair there. We got Ship It in the chat watching from table 12.
Oh, really?
537.
Ship It 210. What's up, Ship It?
Up front, Straddle for 5.
I really appreciate you guys letting me come on here and do my thing on the commentary. This is a ton of fun, and I'm really excited to see what goes down the next few hours. I've heard so
Yeah.
much about Texas poker, and it's cool to finally see it in front of my own eyes.
8-fold,
Happy to have you. Glad you're here, Dad.
9 rows.
Glad, thank you
raise
for
it to
joining
20.
us
Of course.
have
in
a
the
call on
studio. Okay.
It's a fold.
Got some nice looking
Gabriel.
hands here, huh?
Gabriel, ace king suited on the
55,
button.
And now there's a raise.
Please don't just make it 40.
Looks like
Looks like a 55.
54 the fold.
55. Yeah, I think you're right.
Raise to 55.
That's a bit better sizing.
Yeah, fold.
Almost 3x. Luis folds a suited king. Very surprised to see that.
And fall of 55 and 9.
Henry from seat 9 is going to make the call with Jack 9 suited. And David, 35
It
to go.
wouldn't surprise me to see him in there also.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see
'Cause,
that. He's already.
if you noticed, Henry made a very large open to $20. It's a 10x raise. So he's going to have a lot of high cards. And Gabriel with the 3-bet is also going to have a lot of high cards. So David M's got the bottom side covered. And he's got suited. You can see 3 out of the 4 suits are covered with these 3 hands.
Well, he's getting
So,
almost 6 to 1 on his money.
Yeah.
To complete.
Ace in the window, 6-7. It looks like we got a couple backdoor flush draws. David and Gabriel both flopping pairs. And Henry's even got backdoor straight draw. I imagine David's going to let his hand go on this flop.
Is on 3.
David let out.
Oh, David's the one betting. Well, oh boy, then. He's also got a backdoor straight draw.
Gabriel sizing a raise. He's assembling
160 is
chips.
a raise on 6.
Makes it 160 to go.
And I think we're just going to see fold here. And Gabriel's going to take it down on the flop.
I think you're right.
9 fold.
I do somewhat like the raise. However, when somebody leads out like this and you have such a strong hand like ace king, you probably just want to call and hopefully they continue betting. Okay, and he sticks it in there with the 6-5 suited for less than the raise. Very surprised to see this, but I guess I shouldn't. We're watching in Texas.
Yeah, he's all in for 148.
All right, let's keep it interesting. We sweat it out.
Got a bit of a discount.
For the video?
So they're going to run it once.
150? Yeah.
Well, he's already in for 160. I don't need to correct.
155. Oh, I got you. Take one off. There you go. I put in 160. 160? All right, so it's 155. I'm going to verify it.
All right, let's see what happens.
Is the exact. Yep. We running it twice? Twice. Twice. Okay, we're running it.
Oh, they're going to run it twice. Okay.
Yep. Open up both hands. On the back. Ace king.
Our producer's letting us know there's a little bit of a hiccup on the river of this hand, so we're going to see what that is. But right now, the ace king is way ahead.
All in is on the ace.
Anything can happen.
All in's on 6. Oh, I'm sorry. 5 seconds. Go away. There we go. All right. Turn 1. There.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
They're running it twice.
they're running it twice.
Or maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, they are. That's why the hands are face
Okay.
up.
All right.
All right.
Well,
So David is
Five's
going to
gonna
take
take
the first half. He's going to take the first.
you know what they say, Rude. Better lucky than good. Uh-oh. Now he's got an
Uh-oh.
open ender.
Open ended. He did burn a 9 on the previous board.
Oh
Oh my God!
goodness.
God, he's going to scoop. David M.
More
He's
than a
gonna
double up for that hand.
Scoop the whole pot.
Oh my
Ace
goodness.
King.
Like you rolled it up. But we want to go around in one time.
Oh man.
In there.
Sticking it in with bottom pair and a couple back doors. Well, actually, just one back door. His spades were not out there at all. And he was up against a very, very strong holding and sucks out on 2 boards. You love to see it. That's poker, folks.
Well, blind $1,
Wow.
blind $2.
And now, David, look at the size of his stack.
Oh, and Gabriel's just it's just bothered. It's just rattled right now.
Yeah, wouldn't you be?
Yeah, for sure.
For
sure.
King or ace.
Well, that was a great hand. That was a lot of action. I want to talk about an upcoming event that we've got.
I'm holding.
We've got at the end of the month, we've got $100,000 guarantee. We're calling it the roundup. All right. So we're going to have several day one flights. We've got, 3, 5, 8 day one flights starting January 1st. It's a $200 buy-in. There's no add-on. And
so like 100. I end up jamming like 4. So
we are starting with, I can't, sorry, I don't know what our starting stack is going to be, but I will tell you that day one, the blind levels are 25 minutes long. And day two, which is going to be February 4th, the blind levels are going to be 30 minutes long. And we'll return, we'll play down to 9, as we always do. Final table will be live streamed, and that's going to be 40-minute levels. And this is going to be a trophy event, and the results, as always, will be reported to the Hendon Mob. So put that on your calendar. $100,000 roundup at the end of this month. Right?
Are you looking to add to your Hendon Mob?
Oh yeah, I've got nothing against adding to my Hendon Mob. Yeah,
Are you going to be playing in that?
I'll probably splash around in there. Yeah, I'm good for a couple of bullets.
Awesome. Good luck.
And right before that, we've got another event. It's a mystery bounty, but we'll get back to that in just a minute. Let's get back to the action. Looks like they sorted out what they needed to sort out.
See a Yo 11 raise. A couple of 7s. Henry right next to him calls with Jack 10 offsuit.
That's my number, 11.
I'm
opening to 11. I'm opening to 11 at the 1-2, especially if there's a limper in front.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'll make
I
it
like
10 or 11.
I see Taco picking up a monster. He's looking to add to that big stack.
Taco with that pregnant pause before an incoming raise. You know it. You love it.
Sounds like you picked up on one of his tells.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's the old universal pregnant pause. There's 33 in the pot without the blinds. Taco, what's Taco gonna make it? 130.
A little large.
4.25x. Four times, more than 4 times.
He basically, let's see. He yeah. If you're going by PLO rules, that's about double a
twice
maybe almost that. 3 times, but
and as you can see, he gets no action. It's just an exorbitantly large raise. He really wanted to thin the field.
If you
congratulations.
can win free pot, $30 at a time, and just wait for monsters and make it a huge amount pre-flop, you're just going to keep adding to your stack. Just $30 at a time, though.
Yeah, I think I would have sized it a little bit differently. Try to get a call or even 2. He is going to be playing the hand out of position, so I don't mind going a little bit larger. But
I'd say 50 or 60 is reasonable.
How much?
50 or 60 would be reasonable.
60. Yeah, there was. I would probably go with 60 myself. Considering there's.
And you're not going to be going up against many better hands, so you should feel pretty confident going to a flop, even out of position, which means if you see overcards, you can always just check and see what happens. But you got a strong holding. I think you want at least one other person in there. See a flop.
10-7, both.
See Gabriel covering Chris's hearts here.
Got 3 ways to the flop.
And the diamonds, yeah.
David, Gabriel, and Chris.
Damon says 40K starting stack for that rounders.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
Rechecks.
All spades here. I can't imagine we're going to see much betting on a board like this with their holdings. Now, a 4th spade might bring in some bluffs, and we see Gabriel reaching for chips.
And speed 1 fold.
He's just going to take it down with that. Easy game. A couple of stacks down there starting to grow. We see Luis with over 500, which I think he's in for about 500. Thomas the same, and Taco still our big stack with almost 900. And David M almost tripling up on that 6-5 hand. He's sitting with 355. I'm wondering when the straddles are going to start, Rude.
Yeah, that's a good question. We haven't had.
It's 10K
We've only had. Have we had any straddles at all?
I don't think we've
I
seen a single one.
No. Information I have is that the starting stack is going to be 30,000 for that 100K the guaranteed roundup.
Okay.
Don Luis, Demand, shout
He's
out
got the jiggities.
Don Luis with the jacks. Makes it 50 to go.
Will he get any action? Yeah, David opened under the gun 1 with 9-6 offsuit to $15.
David's got a straight draw.
He's got 2-pair draw. Let's see what happens here.
That's a good card for David, a 7 in the window.
A bad card.
Ace 4, so yeah, the ace is problematic for jacks. See
Luis,
how it
please
rattled
don't
him. It rattled him.
David looking like he wants to fold.
I'll tell you, if that 9 was, if that 6 was a spade, I'm pretty sure he'd be in there.
Definitely. There he goes. He almost made a call, but he second guessed himself. He knows he made a loose play with the 6-5, and people are kind of onto him. So maybe he's going to be doing a little more folding now and hold on to those chips for a while.
Now, there are many times over the last few years, I've been walking by a table or even sat down at the table with Chris in seat 4. And the man just has piles of chips in front of him. I'm talking about towers of red chips. And I've never been present to when he's actually running it up. I'm always just arriving on the scene after it's already happened. So let's keep an eye out for Chris and see maybe, hopefully we'll get a view into how he does it. He's at 346 right now.
And then once we find that out, I'm going to save the stream and I'm going to watch it back later so I can get better at this game.
Break it down. Kamala in the chat. Kamala's played with him. She knows the secret. He plays
she
for
says he
24
plays for
hours
24 hours.
in this session.
Yeah, what you don't see is how much he's in for. So he's actually just playing to break even every day.
You're right.
Yours would be better. Yeah, you can. Okay. We have folds all the way around.
I think we have a straddle this hand because it says $10 to call, but nobody has raised.
I'm sorry, he raises it.
Yeah, there's 13 in the pot, so that
Folds
makes
around the
sense.
9 raised to 25.
Oh, David waking up with Queen Jack.
Well, Henry's got ace king.
Good. No, we could see an action flop here. That doesn't hit either of them.
9 checks.
8-7-4.
Check.
They're all playing Broadway cards. They are heads up, so they're both playing Broadway cards.
Check, check, and a king on the turn. Henry still has the best top pair, top kicker. He's going to lead out for 25. I can't imagine David's going to call. He doesn't have any outs.
And a fold.
Let's go. And Henry's going to take that one down. Adds a little to his stack.
You have a king.
Rude, if there was something, so you said there's a bar and grill there at Rounders Card Club.
Yes, sir.
But you can't.
What if you had to choose one menu item to have every day at the poker table from that bar and grill? What would it be?
That's a really good question. You know that
So is this gonna
we've
be the
been
main
open. I think
or
this is our 4th year at this location, and you know it's only gotten better year after year. And like I said, I'm there pretty often, and every time I'm going to order something to eat,
We're doing bomb pots, right?
you'd
Yeah,
think
we're doing
I'd have the menu memorized by now, but
Right.
no, it's
double
pretty
board,
extensive. I'm
double
telling you,
board,
we've got anything from ribeye, a good cut of ribeye steak, all the way down to just chips and quesadillas. We've got
Nice.
some Mexican food. We got Chinese food. We got fish.
Oh wow, it's
gyro,
all over the
Greek,
map.
Greek, all over the place, and they do a really good job. So I don't know if I can. Is there a way that I can get out of answering this question? Oh, they also have specials. They also
Oh,
have
nice.
specials. Almost every day they'll have something special just to kind of change things up a little.
Well, I'll let you slide and we'll keep your answer as everything's good.
Yeah, everything is good. That is true. You can't go wrong.
Back to the action. We got Thomas here picking up ace king offsuit under the gun. Looks like he raised a 20. Our graphics just catching up now.
There we go. Yep.
And Luis with ace queen. Oh boy. But we haven't seen any 3-betting from Luis yet. We've seen him have ace queen. We've seen him have jacks. And he seems to play rather passive.
Look at John with
And
eights.
John actually,
Here's
yeah.
a bet. Yeah.
And I think at this point, Thomas has to 4-bet. John only has $100 behind. So he can raise to 150. Oh, he decides to just call.
Well, that's going to keep Luis in.
Yeah.
Luis
a little
almost
over
had that
150
rack filled. Let's see what the flop brings.
King, queen, 8. Oh, there's an 8 in the window. And a queen.
Top pair. Top pair
Listen.
for Luis. Oh, this is an action flop. Would you look at this?
Yes. If there was ever an action flop, this is it. Thomas with the nut flush draw.
Yep.
Luis with top pair, top kicker, and John with a set.
And Luis is
leading for
leading
100.
out for 100 into 153.
We're about to see a massive
everyone.
pot.
This is the first hand that John's played.
Wow.
Now, this is a monotone board. Yep, I like it. He's going to go ahead and stick it in. He's jamming with a set of 8s.
The graphics say he's only got 97, but it looks like he's got about 200 there.
Yeah, you're right. Ghost of them.
Rip John.
Says rip.
195.
I think.
197.
Yeah, this could be bloody here. Thomas can't fold, right? I think he's just got a jam here. I mean, he could take the low variance route and fold, but I think with nut flush draw here,
Oh, he
you got to go
does
with
fold.
Makes a very tight fold, saves some money, and Luis calling with just top pair. He's going to be drawing very, very thin. He needs runner.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we're going to see a club on the turn. Nope, it's a deuce.
It's black.
Eight's still good.
There's
And
a
king on the
king. He's king. If somehow he had been able to find his way in, well, he would have lost, but he
Would have lost.
not. We don't know what would have happened on the side though, Luis and
Right. So if he rejams there, I think Luis probably just has to fold, and there wouldn't be any side pot. But John's
yeah, with
first
the ace
hand
of
played,
clubs
he's
in
gonna
his
double
hand
up.
though.
Yeah, it's a very, very tight fold, and I don't like it.
I don't like it one bit. I don't mind telling you, Thomas.
I mean, he could assume that somebody's already got a flush, so a lot of his clubs are dead. And
Yeah.
that's why he folds there.
Yeah, you have a guy leading out for 2/3 of a pot size bet, right? And then another guy
Right.
jamming, right?
Board bomb pot.
And you have
Yeah.
draws. You have a draw. Well, you have a couple
Right.
draws.
I'm sorry, $5 pot.
But you have the nut draw.
Yeah.
In the
Yeah.
bottom.
It's so hard to get away from that. And I think why he gets away from it the most is because because he still has Luis behind him, and they have about the same size stack. So he's not willing to play for the entire amount, especially with all that action.
So we're gonna have a bomb pot. See, you'll see that red button.
Awesome.
That goes back.
So they do the bomb pot at the end
Then
of the
we have
dealer,
to read it, and then we'll go back.
or when the dealer comes in, or is it just random?
In the main room, it's when the dealer moves. The dealer change is when we have bomb pots. I don't. So this live stream, Fig, this dealer hasn't swapped out yet. I'm not sure how long his down is, but typically the downs are 30 minutes long. So every 30 minutes is a
Locked
bomb
in for
pot.
an hour at this point.
Oh, I do need time. I do need time in 9.
And then on the
I knew I hit it for a reason.
on the 1-3 table, we will have orbital bomb pots.
18.
Okay.
When the buttons eclipse,
Mm-hmm.
when the regular button matches up with the bomb pot button, that'll be a bomb pot. Sometimes we'll by table agreement we'll have a bomb pot at dealer change and on the orbit.
Oh, okay. Wow. So you can kind of just make up your own rules here.
Well, you can't. No, that's not true. You can't make up your own rules at all. We do have everything structured. We've got people who are running the show, running the room. It isn't the wild west.
I meant more. There's a lot of options that they can take. They all agree on. All right, so here's the second board coming in. They don't burn for the second board. They just do one burn, one burn.
One burn. Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Flop, one burn for the turn.
3 checks.
One burn for the river.
4 checks. 5 bets, $40.
Luis is
The whole
going to lead
double.
out
7
with
fold,
trips on one
8
board
fold.
and gut shot on the other. Let's see. What else do you see?
Nobody
What else
has
do you
much of
see?
anything here.
next?
Thomas has top pair on the first board. Chris has third pair on the first board. Luis also has. I'm sorry, I didn't see who that was, but somebody had Jack 10 top pair on the top board.
Yeah, he's gone.
Luis,
Yeah.
take this.
He got a pretty good piece of both boards.
Yeah, he did have the gut shot.
Mm-hmm. 2 overs and a gut shot on the top board and trips on the bottom board. So that bomb pot is going to come to an early end.
You gave me change for a 1.
So the button you're saying the button should be a 9. Last time, right? No, you're saying it should be a 9.
Like they're having a button discrepancy.
Well, he recorded it, so.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't recall what the button
You are
was.
the small blind. You're the big blind. No, it's the other way around.
So it looks like if you wear a cowboy hat at the poker table, you also have to cross your hands. Or fold it. Or maybe they're just praying for a good hand.
My buddy just texted me saying the chat was like, "Yeah, that's pretty standard for going out."
Oh, really? Actions in.
Not wrong.
3 to 4.
Yeah, somehow John avoided
5 calls 2.
losing any chips on that last hand with top pair. No, he didn't have top pair. He had
9
nut
calls,
flush draw
option for
and
middle
2
set.
overs.
Option checks.
No, John's the one that had the set.
3 to the flop.
I'm sorry. Yeah. No, John. Yeah. Right. I was thinking of Thomas.
9
All
checks.
right.
Flush draw.
1 checks.
Gut shot straight draw for Luis.
Burn.
Pairs the
7
board.
pairs of board. Yeah.
Check.
It's only $6 in the pot. I can't imagine
checks.
anybody's going to be really
all the way
fighting to
around.
get this one.
9 checks.
Looks like Queen High is going to win this one.
Check folds.
He's pairs the board twice.
2 pairs.
Go. Bit of a break on that hand. Not much action.
Yeah, every pot can't be 3 ways to the flop with a set, flush draw, and top pair, top kicker.
That was a perfect storm. Those are really, really fun when the stacks are very deep.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
fun to watch.
Hey, fun to be in if you got the nuts.
Yeah, that's true.
When I first started dealing, I actually dealt a royal flush beating a straight flush. But unfortunately for me and the players, both of them only used 1 card, so there was no bad beat.
I see.
6 makes it $10. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold. 12 10. 2 fold. 2 players going to the
No one's got much of anything on this one, but we're going to see Jack 8 off go up against the 9-5 suited. David out of position, calling from the small blind. Definitely a bit loose.
Mhm.
Club in the window. Oh, 3
He
clubs.
flops a flush. He knew what he was doing.
Taco's got a gut shot straight draw.
Taco,
Unfortunately,
double gut
dead.
shot.
1 makes it 30.
See David raise here. Can't imagine Taco's going to continue.
He's
Seems
got
like
a club in his hand. He's got a club in his hand. Yeah, he's double gutted and a club.
That is true. I didn't realize he was double gutted. 5 doesn't help anybody. Not that David needs any help.
There's a bet of 45.
45 here should do it. But again, Taco might think he still has a lot of outs. And he lays it down. I think the only way for Taco to win that one is if it goes runner, runner, royal. And then it's going to be a chop. Flopped him dead.
You see at the bottom of the screen the stack sizes and how much they're winning or losing. John is the big
John's our big
winner
winner
at the
right now.
moment. Up
See, and he's only
242.
played 1 hand. Just goes to show you, you don't need to play every hand to be the big winner.
I think Gabriel's only played 1 or 2 hands. He had a big hand against David and is down the most.
Yeah, unfortunately getting top pair, top kicker in against bottom pair and losing on 2 boards. Taco just limping in with the 10s. Oh, never mind. There's a raise.
7's going to be a fold. 8's going to be a fold. 9's going to be a fold. 1's a fold. 2's a fold.
Three bet incoming. Pretty light 3 bet out of position with King 10 offsuit.
We got a raise.
Gabriel just flatting with the ace king offsuit. I didn't even see that. Oh no.
Well,
I'm
Gabriel's the
behind.
one that 3 bet. Yeah.
I see what's going on now.
Taco is going to make the call in position, and we're heads
Got a
up.
call here with premium pair. Big coin flip. Taco's got the best of it at the moment. But this one could go either way. 10 Jack Queen on the flop would give us a lot of action. And the dealer puts out Queen high flop. So 1 over to Taco's pair. I don't think a bet is going to scare him away just yet. Gabriel could have an overpair to the board. He could have ace queen. But I'm sure Taco's going to peel at least 1 here.
45 into 125. We'll
Yeah,
just
about a
call that
1/3 pop.
rough. Yeah, we'll call it rough and third.
It's a relatively dry board, so you don't really have to go too big in the sizing. Generally, with just high card here, I'm probably going to go. I'm probably just going to check and see what the in position player does. He does pick up a gut shot.
Yep.
and elects to check. I'm not sure I would check after you 3-bet pre and then bet the flop. This just looks really weak. And Taco's betting to essentially cage Gabriel into go all in or fold. He can't just call a bet here, and he's probably just going to give it up. But if I'm Gabriel and I bet the flop and then you pick up additional outs on the turn, I'm just going to jam it. And Taco's most likely going to be folding his tens with a queen jack high board.
Well, Gabriel's got 188 behind. There's 340 in the pot, so he's gonna do exactly what you just described.
Yep.
Taco will not fold. He can't fold for that.
Yeah, there's just too much in the pot here, and Gabriel could have he could have a lot of outs here and just be behind like a combo draw. He could have ace 10 of diamonds, ace king of diamonds. He does have the king of diamonds.
It's up to whoever.
Looks like they're discussing how many times they're going to run it, and it's going to be twice.
That's one.
Oh, never mind. They're going one time.
Gabriel wants to run it twice, but I think they
Deuce no good. And Taco's taking it.
tens.
Wow.
Now, I see if it was played a little bit different and Gabriel just led jammed on the turn, I think Taco can get away from his hand. And Gabriel will win it with a showdown. But because of the way he played it, he's caged in, like I said, to either fold or go all in. And if I'm him, I'm just folding there. I mean, I can see what Taco has, but it doesn't really matter, even if you can't see what he has. Once he bets 125, you got to assume that he's got a made hand, and you're drawing to maybe 4 outs. He did have a little bit more than that. He had 8 outs, but
well,
still,
he would. There's a chance he's got 6 outs, right? He's got 2 overs and the gut shot,
right.
So you're thinking, 4 and 6, 10. Now, of course, he did have 2 tens in his hand, but
Exactly.
the numbers, that's where you have to be very cognizant of your stack size and in relation to the pot.
And that's why I say you should just commit and jam the turn. If he's got a made hand, he's got a made hand. You still have outs.
I like that. I think that's probably the best. That's the best way to navigate that hand.
It's a lot easier to talk about it when you can see what they have.
That's true. But still, even though he still has the same number. It's imperfect. There's imperfect information. He does know he's got 2 overs to the board, right? And he knows that his gut shot is probably going to be good. It would be good. It would be the nuts.
Right. And when Taco just calls on the flop there, you can't really put him as being too strong because he's probably just going to jam his value hands. And he's really just calling to see what happens on the turn. And when Gabriel shuts down like that, it just opens the doors for Taco to start betting. A couple big hands here. King, queen, ace, queen, 3 betting, the minimum.
Verifying with you, sir.
Gabriel folding his small blind with a king jack offsuit. Smart fold.
Gabriel's in for 500. He just reloaded. He lost his first $500 bullet. Just reloaded for, looks like another 500.
Yeah, we're going to see the stack sizes start growing as the stream goes on. As you told me earlier, you can buy in up to 75% of the big stack, which is a very cool thing to do. Still gives the big stack a little bit of advantage. You can't just buy the advantage here. You got to earn it. And then it puts a lot more money on the table. I like it. Ace high board here. David getting the best of it with the backdoor nut flush draw. We're just waiting for Henry to sign for his food or drink or whatever he ordered.
And a check.
David checks it back, getting a little trappy.
Sneaky.
Another 8 on the turn.
8 pairs the board.
Theoretically, this would be a decent card for Henry, but I don't think David's ever going anywhere to a bet.
Nine
Because
check.
David was the pre-flop raiser, and David 3-bet him.
One bets 50.
Betting almost pot size here. Henry's just going to let it go, and that will be that. David wants to show I'm not bluffing. Sometimes I get good hands, and I don't just play 6-5 suited.
Right. I
think once you show down a relatively weak hand, the next hand you show has to be very strong. You got to keep your range balanced.
Yeah, at the very least you're looking for opportunities
$5.
to show, right?
100%. Personally, I never show unless I have to. I think it just gives away too much information. Every once in a while, a bluff is fun to show. But I realize more and more when you show your bluffs, it makes the other players feel like you're on an ego trip or something. So I've just decided to stop showing any hand unless I have to.
Mm-hmm.
$5. Straddle, like actually the fold on 7.
I just don't like it.
I'm loving the strobe lights on the table. That's a pretty cool feature.
Yeah, they're actually functional. The red shows who the action is on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
That's
then
amazing.
the white or the see now he's bringing in. Yeah, it
David's
shows
going
when
back to playing
you've
junk cards.
scanned your cards, the light changes, so we'll know that each player will have a different color. It'll be, I forgot what it is, blue or white when they're good to go. So the action's on Taco. He's red.
Pretty active flop. We got Henry, David, and Gabriel all flopping a pair. And no surprise, David's in there with the 7-deuce offsuit just after showing the ace-queen. Like I said, you got to balance it. And Gabriel's got top pair, but his kicker isn't so good. Oh, boy. David picking up trips on the turn. He's going to love showing this one.
He's going to love showing this one. Oh, he's tricky again.
Touches his chips as if he was going to bet, but decides to check. It checks around. 6 on the river secures Gabriel with this pot. Henry's thinking about bluffing. He doesn't. And a big bet coming in from David. Looks like about 100, maybe 110. 100 straight. Or is it 95? Either way, it's close enough. Gabriel's going to call with top pair. And Henry's
Gabriel's just running into it.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
Oh, you can see
the distress from Gabriel after flopping top pair and David holding the worst possible starting hand in Texas Hold'em.
Look at that. He's feeling
the turn, and his stack continues to grow.
David feeling it tonight. Also feeling the love for Ebony Kenny. Thank you, Ebony, for sending us your peeps. Send us a raid. We got some people joining us for the stream. Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome, one and all. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Ebony. It was good seeing you last year. We were both out at the WSOP last summer, and we ran into each other during the mystery bounty, which I unfortunately bricked 3 bullets in.
Oh.
Farther out.
Yeah, like the round. I'll be over at before.
Had a lot of fun with Ebony, John Party, and Drew, along with Poker Pastor, Rob Gardner. A few summers back, summer of 2020, we did the Triple Threat Challenge, which me and Rob ended up winning. Go Team Party.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was a fun time. It was a good time to do it. You know, everybody's home. COVID's in full force. What a better time to play online poker all day.
Someone said the magic words all in. It's Henry. He's jamming for 68-ish. 68. Ace-5 offsuit.
And when you're just up against one raise, this is fine. Really short stacked.
7. David makes the call because, well, you know, he's got cards.
He's got 2. He's got 2 live cards actually, and he is 43% dog here. But you know, He's
That's-
got 2 overs to Henry's 5. It's basically a coin flip.
Turn them over.
There it is.
There you go.
And if I had to guess who's going to win this,
Put your money on somebody
You know
right now.
you know
Who you
what?
got?
I'm gonna just keep that to myself. I'd put the size of the pot on the line that David's gonna take this one.
Thank you.
Oh boy. The ace 5 still in the lead here. King on the turn changes nothing.
Wait, ace king is what he
You're gonna
has.
win the first board.
We had a bad
Oh,
read.
he's got ace king. Oh,
Yeah, he's got ace king.
All right. Well, then it wasn't so much a coin flip. Ace king's gonna take this one for the double up. Oh, they're doing 2 boards. Well, the king's already out there, so queen 10 is extra live. Not sure what the discussion is at this
Well,
point.
I think there's a chance we didn't know that they were going twice. We want to make sure we have everything right.
Okay.
Just communicating with our director in the back.
Gotcha.
4-4-7 paired. Yep.
Ace king still in the
Ace.
lead on board number 2. Same number of outs for David here. If he loses this one, it's only going to take a minor chunk out of the stack he's built up. And a
All right.
5.
Ace king, you're gonna get both.
Henry's
Scoop.
going to double it up. Now up to 180. And David did not win. David
I
bleeds.
know. I guess I owe $180 to someone.
Yeah, it seemed like a prudent bet though at the time on your part.
Right. Well, hey, if he was up against ace 5, I think that it was a good bet. But if I had known it was ace king, I probably would have kept my money.
Maybe his cards were too good. You know, if he jumps in there with the 8-4 or the 8-5, he probably get. Well, actually, he probably does. He's getting half anyway.
Right.
Okay, I'll fix it. No.
It looks like
Definitely. Let me know.
John is packing up, ready to go. Maybe he's playing his last free hand.
Yeah.
Who's gonna-
Well, he's gonna walk away with some profit. He's got a hand he likes. 6-5 suited here.
Oh, and he's playing out of the rack.
One
Oh,
needs
Oh,
last hand. What could possibly go wrong?
Curse of the rack. Well, we saw the 6-5 suited workout for David earlier, so we'll see what it does for John. Taco's got a nice hand in the small blind. 10-9 suited.
the raise to 55.
Figured that was
7 in the
coming.
fold.
Oh, John's just gonna let it go. Maybe he knows Taco is a little bit on the tighter side.
John's not getting up yet.
And we have a call.
He's gonna go one more.
One more. I believe will be his big blind.
Maybe he just wants to see this flop to see if he would have hit it. Oh, there's the 6.
They're gonna come.
King 9-6, 2 spades. David with a flush draw, and Taco
right.
with middle pair.
Now who we put our money on? It's about a 50-50 split here. Taco middle pair. David's got nut flush draw.
What's
Or
his
second nut
bet?
flush draw.
What's his bet?
35.
35.
If I'm David, I'm probably gonna raise. In position, it lets you start barreling turns no matter what when it gets checked to you. Taco picks up a gut shot, and David now picks up second pair to go along with his flush draw.
Yeah, his hand improved
Check.
greatly. Taco checking.
And a check.
David wants to realize his equity, and he misses the
And it's 10 on
spades.
the river.
2 pair now for Taco.
2 pairs good, but it's a 4-liner and a f-
Yeah,
comes in,
this
so
is-
it's gonna go check.
I
check
agree.
here.
Yeah, I agree, Nick. This is a tricky
Fair
board.
enough.
10-9 is gonna take it.
And the 9.
I don't know It looks to me like maybe Fig is going to Iron Man it tonight. He's still in the box.
Can you do these service in the back? In the back where Chad sits?
Yeah, when's he gonna ask for the push? Maybe he likes the exposure. All right, I just shared a link on my Instagram story to my 20,000 followers. Let's see if we can get some more hype in the chat.
Right on.
Cards are out.
Appreciate it.
Of course, you guys can follow me on Instagram at neckbeard. No C in the word neck because you can't see my neck.
Actions in 9.
Well, you know, I'll
A couple of
follow
ducks
him.
here for David. You know he's in there.
That's a call. Raise to 10 from seat 1.
Henry's happy with getting that double up, so now he's gonna play a plethora of hands here. 8-9 offsuit, just limping in under the gun, and David making it $10 to go.
Calls to 10. 7 calls to 10. 8 calls. And 9 calls to 10.
8-9 is in there, along with Queen 10.
Three-handed.
Definitely some flops that'll give us some action here. That is
Okay.
potentially one of them.
Yeah, it's a good flop.
Pair,
For-
second
9
pair.
calls 15.
Good flop for us.
Yeah.
7 calls.
David's not going anywhere with the deuces. He's got a club.
Check.
It turns out there it's a king.
There's still 2 more deuces out there.
Yeah, right.
20, 30.
And Henry betting $30 now with third pair.
1 call
And
for 30.
David's still in there with deuces. He just doesn't believe him. Queen 10's
Cannon with-
got second pair and a gut shot.
Cannon with second pair and the gut shot. Straight draw, the best hand folds.
Wow. He's going to be disappointed to see this at Showdown. Deuce. It's a 7.
7 of diamonds.
That's 55.
He's actually
Henry's
value.
betting it as if he has the best hand, and he does.
I think he is not realizing that he's value
King to
betting.
9.
I think he's bluffing with the best hand here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I agree. That was interesting. That was fun.
King 9.
I'm very surprised to see David call 3 streets there, but I shouldn't be, judging by what we've seen so far.
I'm surprised John is
Blind
racked up and still playing out of his
Oh.
rack with it. With
So
the rack on
our
the
graphics,
rail.
our graphics are showing us now that Henry had King 9 suited, not 8-9 offsuit. So he actually had 2
Okay.
pair.
Okay.
So he was not bluffing. He was actually going for value, and he got it.
Yeah, so
Now he's
piecing
going
it back
down
together, looking back over it, it does make sense, the action.
Yeah, the
Taco's sitting
$10
pretty with
upfront
over
amount.
1,000 in his stack. He's up almost 500 on the night. And that's carrying over from before the stream started to whichever table he was at previously. Still our big winner so far, but John's catching up, even though he's looking like he's ready to go.
He's going to be in 2, $10 to go. Fold.
And we do have a straddle this hand.
Oh, good.
Ace king.
4 bet. 5 calls to $10. Another pick.
And he just limps in. Very trappy. Taco with a suited queen here. We might see a raise. Might make it $50, $60.
The raise to 55 to seat 6.
Well, right in the
7
middle.
is a fold. 8 is a fold.
Taco raising to 55. Henry thinking it over with an offsuit king on the big blind, and he's going to elect to let it go.
1 fold.
David's on the straddle with 6-4 offsuit, and he folds. And of
5
course,
calls to 55.
Luis is going to be in there.
Yeah, let's see if Luis comes alive. He doesn't. He just calls. There's more
If only
space
they
in
had
his
net
rack. than
Yeah,
before.
yeah, he's trying to fill it up.
Oh.
Queen high flop, all diamonds.
Monotone board.
The 6 makes it 30, 40. And a fold.
Luis just letting go of the ace king.
Yeah, didn't
Talk-
put,
the
well,
best
the
of it.
monotone board makes things a little bit
You move that button.
easier. You just kind of give up.
Yeah. Well, you don't hold any diamonds. There's no reason to really be in there. However, if he did what he's supposed to do,
bomb
pre
pot
probably
is-
would have
That's
taken
right.
it down before even seeing the flop.
But now,
That's right.
now we're
That's
doing
right.
Doing dealer time.
Yeah.
So there's no dealer change. So it's
Right.
30 minutes.
So it's every 30
Did
minutes. So
I-
it should have happened 4 minutes ago. So we're going to do it.
Did I hear someone say bomb
So
pot?
$10 for everyone.
All right,
Oh,
let's
five,
go.
five.
Ante up.
You forget where we're at.
So for our bomb pots are $5 antes on the 1-2 table. They're $5 antes for the bomb pot.
Yeah.
On the 1-3, it's $10.
Bomb pot there.
Okay.
All right, we have everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4,
really long.
5,
Yeah.
7, and so bomb pot is here.
Some people undervalue off is what Skater Die's assertion is.
Yeah, I guess they do.
But
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. Some people do, but some people just have a different way of, they just like to, I don't know, fly under the radar.
Yeah,
in
they'd rather
general.
not flip for stacks if they don't have to. There's our first flop.
9-3 deuce, 2 spades, 1 board. King 10-8. All right, let's see some.
Definitely some
interactive
interesting
cards.
boards.
$10.
Both have straight draws. Only one has a flush draw.
Call.
You can see Chris on the bottom has flopped a set of eights. He doesn't have anything other than a pair on top, so he's just going to call. There's no reason to raise when it's a split pot.
John's got shot Broadway draw on the set of eights board. So I could see. Oh, there's quads for Chris.
Well, so now Chris
Oh.
has locked up one board.
Check in 9.
He's for sure going to win one board.
And then there's a flush for Gabriel.
Yep.
So let's start pumping some money in, boys. Gabriel's got the flush. He's
And
gonna
you can
raise
see the
here.
percentages next to the players. It is only showing the percentages for the top board. So you know that Chris is 100%. Oh, no, it actually does show both.
Yeah,
Look at
we've
me.
got the yes, 2.
I'm using my eyes now.
4 call, 60.
Chris just calling. I like this. There's no reason to alert anyone.
Right. I mean, he knows that he's winning one board.
Right.
So again, there's not really much reason to raise, because if you raise, then you're generally going to get heads up and just chop it. Where I think if you call, you're more likely to get more callers, and then you're splitting up more money with
Agreed.
one person.
Yep. So he's pulling by calling. He's pulling in more players.
Call from 8. 9 is the fold.
If he raises, he's pushing people out.
1
Right.
call, 60.
So David is going to make.
John
the
actually
call.
calls with the ace high flush draw for the top board.
And
But most of
David
his
is making.
Makes the call.
David makes the call with a pair of kings on each board, right?
Well, oh, I meant John. Sorry, John.
Yeah, no,
John's
I
calling.
think you said
The river.
Oh,
you said the right thing. I was just commenting that David's still in there.
gotcha. No more spades on the top, and a 6 on the bottom doesn't help anybody.
1.
Yeah, David has top pair on both boards, which I really hope he doesn't think is good here, but he called down with deuces before, so you never know. Bomb pots are tricky, and look, David just bets out for $10 into 400.
That makes no sense.
I've never seen a blocker bet like this before. And Gabriel's reaching for raising chips.
Gabriel,
Is a raise to 1.
that's reasonable. Chris is all in. I like that.
So Gabriel raises, Chris snap jams.
Goes all in. Then 8 fold. All in.
John doesn't even have to think about this. The card's just got to get sent to the dealer. Solver approved blocker bet.
Okay, Jammer. I'm sure you're right. Jammer's
Is it?
So I said the word
Jammer's on
violence.
our team. He's on the stream team. He does
Notice how I said the word
he's a
violence
director
again?
with us.
Okay.
Let's keep it, you know,
He's
keep
off
it
tonight,
peaceful,
checking
you know?
the moves, the solver betting
So
bet
that's how much
sizes,
we're
and
feeling.
Oh, that's his job. He just runs sim during the whole stream. He just sims out every hit.
260.
19% is way less than that. It's a $400 pot betting $10.
We have another roll in.
It's 2.5%.
maybe he lost the decimal point. 1.9%.
Two big ones in a second. It's not
Too lazy to do math.
five big ones.
You should
Yeah.
work on your estimating there, Skater Die.
271. 271.
Oh my
Is
goodness.
David's still contemplating a call?
No, David's chips are in the middle.
Oh, well,
So he
oh my
rejammed.
gosh, wait a minute.
Gabriel's just got a jack high flush on one board. He might
Dude,
actually,
are you serious? Gabriel's gonna fold a oh, I can't
I
watch.
don't think he can though. There's 1,000 in the middle, and he's stuck.
Wait a
and
minute.
He's got only 200 behind.
I know, but David's been kicking his ass all night.
And you can see Chris showing
Look at
his
him. He's
quads.
talking to himself.
Oh man, if he folds here, he's going, I can't fold. I don't think I can fold. And I'm right there with him. I would never be able to fold this.
Okay, good.
All right.
He finds the call.
It's gonna
Good.
lose a lot.
There's only 170 more.
And Chris and Gabriel are going to be very, very happy to split David's money.
Finish what you gotta
Whew.
and then hit me.
I thought I was going to have to ask for a timeout and just walk away from the screen for a second. Gabriel was going through this.
If I saw Gabriel fold, I would immediately hop in my car, drive to the airport, and go to Texas.
Chris has quads. For some reason, he's holding his hand
Quads on the bottom. We have
to
a flush on
reveal.
the top. So it's going to get chopped between these two.
Well, David's run has officially come to an end.
271, he covered you, so you're getting the extra $10.
Eight to the hand today, man.
There's only $10 in the
Okay, so
side
you're
pot
going to take that
between
back.
David and
You're gonna
Gabriel,
take that back.
and they're going to chop up the rest of his money.
You were accurate. That was the. Looks like David is going to vacate his seat.
He must have.
Top pair on both boards. He thought that was good in a 9-way bomb pot. So we just saw a $1,200 pot go down on a 1-2 table. That's 600 big blinds. For those who are counting in the chat.
So I was hoping you pay $60
Oh, good. Skater Die just showed up. And he realizes now that his estimating is working out now. He's catching up.
Yeah. He's
10 and
finally
400
right down.
is a lot less. Yes.
2.5%.
Fig is going to get these pots right, Nick, and so I want to remind everybody about the tournament that we've got coming up that we briefly touched on, the mystery bounty. Though these things are so much fun, mystery bounty tournaments. This is a $20,000 guarantee free roll. Come on now, it's a free roll, $25. You come on in, and you got your rebuys, add-ons. We'll have. Let's see, that's January 26th. So 1 week from tonight, next Friday, will be our mystery bounty tournament. I don't have the details on the biggest or the size of the bounties, but we'll get that to you just as soon as possible. But that's a lot of fun. These are really, really good value. And then at the end of the month, we will have a $100,000 roundup, 8 day one flights. Day 2 is February 4th. We're going to live stream that, the final table.
I was just hoping they were both going to the same.
Sounds like a lot of good value.
I was really hoping that he folded.
Yeah, it's a $200 buy-in.
Because the king and 8 of spades were both counter 4 and 4, which means my 10 was guaranteed to be good on the bottom board if you had a better flush. So I was for 30 to go one board speed folds, but when C goes all in, like
Okay, we're just breaking down his thought process, making the call there.
action is going to be is
Glad he was able to find the call.
4 is a fold. 5 is a fold. 6 and 7 fold.
Hannah Jolie, what's up, girl?
Fold.
She
9
makes
is a
an
fold.
appearance in the chat.
Big blind raise.
She's not playing around either.
Not playing around. She says she bet that Drew better bag.
Fold and a
I
fold.
thought
What
he was on
about
the
you,
final
Ham?
table.
I think she's talking about the 100K
Oh,
100K roundup. What's up, little lady? Nice to see you in the chat. Looking forward to seeing you again when you guys return to SA. Seat open, Hannah. How far away are you? Seat 1 is available.
unless David just went to get more chips. But I think you're right. Seats probably open after that roller coaster run.
Yeah, they've taken him off the lineup.
Do you think that being on stream at the table, do you think that adds some hero potential like we just saw? Do you think that's a stream thing?
Yeah, I do think that it opens people's games up a bit. I think that we do have a new player coming in. We've got a card placed there at seat 1. But yeah, to answer your question, I do think that usually once these guys get comfortable, I think that they're going to want to make sure that they don't make any moves to look bad. You know, they know that there are eyes on them. They don't want to be bluffed. Maybe they want to bluff. They want to pull off a bluff successfully, so that the world knows how adept they are doing that.
100%.
7 fold, 8 folds, 9 fold. Action.
And Henry actually looks familiar. Has he been on the stream before?
Raise.
Yeah. He's familiar to me because I see him often.
Right. Yeah, you see him all the time.
They all look familiar to me. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Henry's actually played on the stream before.
Okay. He's just got one of those faces. You see our new player coming in with some chips, sitting with about $740. He's probably been grinding all day. He looks like a real grinder. He's got the uniform down. We're going to a flop here, and Gabriel flops the world. And John actually flops a gut shot straight flush draw. So 8 of clubs on the turn would be very fun.
Very spicy.
John's still playing out of the rack. He's got the gut shot straight flush draw, and he's leading out.
I tell you what, that 8 of clubs pops off on the turn or the river. That entire rack is going to just be shipped to the middle.
Oh, yeah. However, I think Gabriel might be able to get away from it. Oh, king on the turn. John's not going anywhere now. He's got top pair with the gut shot straight flush draw. You might think he has the best of it at this point.
Yeah, Gabriel checked to him, so John takes the lead now. He bets 50.
If I'm Gabriel, now's the point where I'm gonna start raising here if I'm Gabriel. Because if and he just calls.
Yeah, I think it's probably the wisest move there to go ahead and raise.
I mean, he could be up against the king of clubs, and if that's the case, when he raises, John's not going anywhere.
Or the ace of clubs.
Or the ace of clubs, absolutely. And now it's going to go check, check. And John sees the bad news. Gabriel flopped a flush, and he's going to take this one down. My guess is that the 8 of clubs is somewhere in the burn cards. Jammer says rack's going in the middle. Our new player is Tyler.
I really thought you were going to
not sitting with $0. He's definitely got a stack in front of him. Gonna get an exact count pretty soon.
Yeah, he's got it looks like he has 755. He's had a green chip on top of his other little smaller stack. So let's see. And I have played with Tyler before, but not that many times.
779 is the count.
Okay. Good luck, Tyler.
our second biggest stack at the table, just under Taco's 1.18K. And he sure has built himself a fort of chips there
Fold. 7 calls.
in the 6th seat.
8 calls. 9 calls. 1 call. Yes.
Tuning in now, hand number 32 of the night. It was limped until the button. And Thomas with 7-6 suited makes it $22. 11 big blind raise.
Calls 22.
We do have one caller from the sounds of it.
Sir, do you still want the 1-3 game? Yes. Yes, he does. Table number 7.
Luis moving on to a 1-3 table. And John in the 8 seat still playing out of the rack. Has 6-4 offsuit, and unfortunately his 6 is dominated by Thomas's 6-7 suited. We're going heads up to a flop here. And Thomas does have position. So my guess is he's going to be betting most flops. And any flop that hits him is probably also going to hit John pretty good. So it could be an action flop. Let's find out.
Yeah, Tyler. Tyler, I'm Gabe. Good to meet you. Good to meet you. Yeah. Right here? Yeah.
Table doing some introductions to new player Tyler at the table.
No, I just moved here. Oh,
Not a great flop for either player,
right on.
but Thomas with position is probably going to be able to bet
I'm from Wisconsin.
and take this one down. John does check.
There's people around here. There's some people who are around here.
So he's cutting out 30,
For sure, especially the military and
betting about 2/3 pot.
Yeah.
And John's just letting go of the 6-4 offsuit, wondering why he even defended it in the first place. Thomas picks up a small one.
Through the military or no, not through the military, just civilian. Yeah. Yeah, we do have one person each year who's in the military. So yeah. I went to New Mexico and watched this actually.
Sounds like we have a medical school student at the table now.
Southern New Mexico. Yeah, that's awesome.
Not here yet.
So maybe Tyler's not a grinder and he's just a recreational
I'm
player
not quite sure how
playing some 1-2 on the weekends.
5. Yeah, it depends on what
The over-under on Tyler's golf handicap.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm a disc golfer. I'm not a ball golfer. So I'm not sure much about the handicaps in regular golf, but I'll give him a plus 8 to 10.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I've been thinking about your first bracket picture.
Yep, I got it.
Actually, the best one would probably be the nicest, I think. But
And then under the gun, picking up ace-3 suited.
No, it's cool.
He's just gonna limp in.
Keeping it sealed.
we're ready to pulse 2. All right.
We got another new player sitting down at the table.
8 call. 9 call.
Yo, just yeah, cool.
He brought a beer with him to loosen himself up on the stream.
Oh my gosh.
So your stack's doing pretty all right, yeah.
This guy plots.
Actions on
What's going on here, Nick? I step away for a minute and we got new people. We got Luis.
Yeah.
You let Luis leave?
It wasn't my decision. If it was up to me, he'd stay all night, but he wanted to play some 1-3.
Oh, he got the call up to the varsity, huh?
That's right.
Gonna make it
He's gonna go put his Letterman jacket on and sit down at a high stakes table.
7's a call.
Hendon in there, suited ace.
Taco on the big blind. Instead of just seeing a flop for $2, he's bumping it up to 25, trying to get heads up here. Henry folding the 9-7 offsuit, even though we saw him play the 9-8 earlier. He knows Taco's a little bit tighter than most, but Cannon coming along with the ace-3 suited. Let's see what happens. There's an ace in the window.
Oh,
Ace-4.
Aces.
Top and trip.
Now Taco is a pre-flop raiser, pre-flop aggressor. Let's see if he's going to take the lead and do a C bet. He does. Bets tiny. 15 into 55. That's good sizing.
He does have backdoor clubs to save him, but now he's just dead.
That's okay. Now he's only burned $15.
Yeah.
Now-
And Cannon
Oh,
snapped back.
no, 15. Can't try to, just massaging the pot here.
Yeah.
Sprinkles 4 red chips in.
You're doing pretty all right.
Yeah, Taco can't call there. He's just got absolute air.
Yeah.
And he's a smart
Exactly.
player, so he's just going to check, give up. The board doesn't favor anybody but Candon. So he just lets it
You
go.
have one board too. Like it's second flush or second flush. whatever.
Not too big of a hit.
Yeah, the flop was favored Fred's range, but he didn't have his actual cards were something other than what was on the board. And then you got a guy calling in position, so
I'll straddle it.
Fred's got to just hit
Yeah,
the
on that
eject
on
button.
that board, any flat callers, it's going to be either an ace or it's going to be a lot of pairs. I'd say like sevens or eights plus.
I'll buy it.
And 7-8 is just drawing dead, and you're almost never getting any of those hands to fold. So there's really no point in betting.
Thank you, bro.
No button.
Did not know that.
Jammer wants to know what the over/under is on Tyler's handicap.
Yeah, so I saw that earlier. I mentioned I'm not a golfer. I'm a disc golfer. I don't play much ball golf.
Yeah.
But I'd still probably give him a +8, +10. I don't know if that's a realistic handicap for ball golf, but
ball golf.
yeah, I call it ball golf because I disc golf.
You call golf ball golf.
Yeah. Just
All right,
to
let's
differentiate
see.
when I'm talking to my friends that also play disc golf.
So I'm gonna, if you've never played on the table, I'm gonna teach you a step. You just want to make both cards touch the target. Understood. I'm always gonna kind of shoot at it.
I got you.
So Caleb now in the
getting
front seat.
Yep. Getting final instructions before he lifts off.
So what was he telling him where the RFID reader is?
Yeah, that little the I mean, it's not concentric circles, but there's 3 circles there. It looks like a bullseye. That's where you want to have. That's where the sensor is. The cards.
Oh, okay.
As long as the cards pass over or take a little momentary pause over that section, then they'll be
So
red.
that's why the dealer kind of short pitches the cards to try to land them on those bullseyes.
Right. And then the button is also placed in that position so that
You'll always know if it's green.
so we'll know where to position the button.
I see, gotcha. So does the button have an RFID chip in it also?
Yeah, it does.
Wow,
I don't know. I guess it does. It would have to. It would have to have something. I don't think it's just reading weight.
It's just like the right
15 from 9.
Dude, don't ask me hard questions like that, Nick. I put the headset on and then talk about people. That's about the extent of it.
I'm right there with you. I've been commentating for action sports for over a decade, and I never know any of the answers to the technical questions, so I get it.
I paid the tax. Got 7 dues. Yeah.
You deserve it. You get that much. Yep.
Paid for an absolute off-peak premium. That's what it was.
Looks like a straddle out.
Front straddle. Look, yeah, you can go stick there.
He's straddling for $6, 3 big blinds. Maybe that'll bring in a little more action.
You can re-straddle for double.
You can see Gabriel's stack is sitting over 700, but he's still stuck
Yeah, no.
287,
Mhm.
even after that massive bomb pot we saw.
Yeah, Gable's in for a dime. Candon has been here since the beginning of the stream. He's only down $30.
I need to take some notes.
He's
How to sit there for 2 hours and break even.
Action is in T2. All the 6.
Thomas calling with the offsuit ace.
5 calls.
Our new
6,
player Caleb in there with the 6 deuce suited.
7 calls. And a call. Option check.
Last night at the horseshoe, I actually dealt a steel wheel to 5 deuce suited. So you never know what can happen with these low suited cards. 8-7-7 on the flop.
5 deuce
Taco's
suited.
Taco's ahead.
I can play 5 deuce suited. I'm gonna say I've probably never called a 6 deuce.
Oh, I see Candon's actually in there with pocket tens. Didn't see that before. So he's actually got the best of it. Taco not going anywhere to Caleb's $6 bet. Gonna have to bet a little bit more than that, Caleb.
You definitely have to, especially with that hand.
And Taco comes along with the 3s. Might think his hand is best right now. Caleb picks up a pair. He might slow down. Camden now with a gut shot,
I think that's 6.
leading out for another $6.
6. 6 on a 6.
5 and a fold.
Taco lets it go.
Somebody's going crazy.
14.
And now we're heads up going to the river. Pair versus gut shot. Oh boy. Caleb gets lucky on the river.
No,
Rivering
I'm
a
gonna
flat.
I'm gonna have to add that to my repertoire. Maybe 6 deuce is gonna have to make the cut.
Cannon only bets $10, and now Caleb's raising. I'm pretty sure Cannon can get away with this. I mean, it's only $15 more.
Oh, he's
but
gonna
he is
fold.
going
That
to make smart
see,
fold.
take notes,
Shows the
Jake.
6. And Caleb shows the 6 that he got lucky on the river.
Good start.
And Cannon's asking himself and kicking himself about why he didn't bet more than $6 on the turn.
First hand I played tonight, it was
Not yet.
full arm and a half before I played again.
Texas Poker sure is living up to the hype.
Welcome to the table, Caleb.
Yeah, that's why Bill did it, man.
Yep.
If you don't win the first one, you don't win them all. Getting close to the 2-hour mark here on our live 1-2 no limit hold'em game. We've had some players come and some players go.
Yep.
Some stacks grow, some stacks shrink. The action has been pretty juicy since we started.
Raised 10 from C7. I mean, C7.
Taco making it $10 with a 10-9 offsuit. He does have the button.
8 fold.
Unfortunately, he's going to be dominated by Cannon's Jack-9. And then Henry out front so far with the Queen-8 offsuit. It's a lot of similar cards.
Yeah, a lot of cards interacting with each other. Another paired board, 7-7-3, rainbow.
Taco's looking like he's going to take a stab at it. He's probably just going to go fold, and he'll take it down.
Was it up there? Was that back? Yeah.
No showdown here.
Yeah, I like that. You son of a bitch.
Taco with the
You
big
know, I really
stack,
like.
doing big stack.
I really
things.
like that his range is pretty uncapped. He's playing a lot of different hands. He's opening with offsuit cards. He's opening with big pairs. So it's almost impossible to put him on an exact hand if you're in the hand with him.
It's pretty fun though.
It looks like we might have a bomb pot.
That's wild.
It's 30 minutes. It could have been 2 minutes.
Yeah,
ago,
he's-
It's every 30 minutes.
He's probably the most. I don't want to say necessarily experienced. But he
of course, that's about
he-
all I can say.
probably puts the most time into his poker game of anyone else at the table.
Okay.
$5.
He's a formidable opponent. Not that anyone, the other guys aren't, but he puts more time into it.
And the numbers show. That's for sure.
Completely like didn't even I don't know the R. Yeah, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have been able to give you
Yeah. Oh yeah. And the lady next to me, I'll need to add on. That was her special. I can't make any promises.
That's a crazy thing, especially.
I just messed it off a bunch over there.
And our third bomb pot of the night.
Something to say.
Oh, good. All
We
right,
saw a
yeah,
lot of
that's
action on the last one. Let's hope for something similar here. Pretty wet board up top. Let's see what we get on the bottom.
Yeah.
Not so wet, but still some fun.
Flush draw on both boards.
Yep, that is true. Henry's got top pair on the bottom. John's got top pair on the top.
2 and 3 are
Pair on the bottom for Tyler and a gut shot up top.
5, 6, and check all the way around.
Everybody's checking.
I don't think
Nobody
Chris
wants
is going to
to
make
step.
quads this time.
Well, now the nut straight on top for Tyler with the 6-5 suited. New player at the table, and he's also got an open ender on the bottom.
Yep.
At a 15,
He's actually got a pretty good chance at winning both boards.
folding 2, folding 3, folding 4, 5 calls.
But Jack 10 still good on the bottom. Caleb calling with 8-9 offsuit.
7
Just a
calls.
gut shot on the bottom. Absolutely zilch on top.
Camden made the call with 7-3. He's got a 3
Well,
on
he's
each
got a
board.
pair. He's got a pair.
He's been
What do you
so,
want him to do?
I don't know. He just hasn't he's just this action belies his nature for the rest of the night. Oh, now he makes it. He makes the nuts
made it straight on the bottom.
or not the nuts straight, not the nuts straight.
A
Yeah,
straight
he's
though,
got a
and
straight,
that's going to be
7 high
good for half
straight.
the pot.
One bet's 100.
What do I know?
Tyler betting 100 with the best straight on top on a paired board and 2 pair on the bottom. But unfortunately, 2 pair is not going to be good because Cannon's got the straight.
Cannon might
if
fold.
he folds, that's miraculous. I think he's just counting the numbers and making sure there's 5 cards to a straight between the board and his hand. And he's actually got a 6 card straight. Oh, no, he doesn't. No, he does have a 5 card straight.
100.
He's determined that he
There he
does have a
goes.
straight,
call.
makes the call.
Turn him over.
Nope, we got
Oh, I'm sorry.
Henry's got it.
Keep
Henry's
nine,
got top
keep nine,
pair.
fold.
Okay. Yeah, he folds.
They're going to chop this one up.
straight up top.
Yeah.
Turn 'em
Straight
up.
up top.
Straight, straight.
Two pair. Yeah. You take that back. You take your 100 back.
And they're going to split up, another 100 in the middle, it looks like.
So they're each going to win about 32 bucks.
Okay.
Gotta be second when I'm talking board there.
That exact combo got me on foot.
A position.
And we move on to the next
Button
one.
is going to come back out.
And on we go.
Pop button got moved, right? We have our big blind out. Small blind is out. We have a $5 upfront straddle.
Cannon holding on to the button.
One time, yeah. Keep it on.
We have a $20 upfront straddle.
Let's play some 10-20.
Play some poker.
We have straddle.
Somebody give me the
5,
dummies
then it
book.
goes. Then it went to 20.
All right, so in this hand, the dealer just stated we got a $5 straddle, followed by a $10 raise,
Yeah.
followed by
Yeah.
a $20 raise,
not going
all
40.
blind. So this hand could be fun.
Do they have game money? They do. Really? Yeah. I've only,
They got a lot of
only put it in like Pennsylvania and here, right? I was about to down here. Yeah, it's like really popular down here.
It's the oldest brewery in America. Music
Yeah.
everywhere.
Like it.
Caleb has been very
Not bad
active.
at all.
He's another premium starting
Great
hand.
hand.
20 on
Ace
the
king.
spot.
Once it goes, once they all go.
So this hand went 1, 2, 5, 10, 20.
Well, let's take a look at his bet sizing because I know Taco.
To raise from 5.
I think it's a pretty good sizing here.
60.
Yeah, his sizing in
7 fold.
Taco fold. I think Taco was looking to do something, but he didn't like the sizing.
9.
If I'm Taco, being that this was a triple blind raise hand, I'm just going to call for 60. I know Caleb doesn't have that much behind, but the hand is pretty good to play in position, queen jack suited. So I mean, it's just a single open raise. It's not like it was a 3-bet. So I'm probably still calling the 60 with queen jack, especially with more players behind you. There's potentially going to be more money in the pot.
Yeah,
150
yeah.
is the bet.
but look at this. There's a 3-bet right here from Thomas with
Wow,
fives.
it's pocket five.
Makes it 160.
Yeah, so I imagine Caleb's just going to get it all in. That's about all he's got.
Can you give me your
And he's got,
Gable.
one of the nut starting hands.
Yep.
And there goes all
Yep.
the chips.
We have it
Yep,
all.
he's not
And
that.
Thomas
Not
has
very
no
deep.
choice but to call. And we're gonna see a full board here, and they're flipping. Thomas is gonna be ahead by I think about 5%, maybe less.
I folded ace five.
Be better luck than
He just said he folded ace 5. Well, the graphics show that is a
I'll tell
lie.
you at 10 minutes. Oh, man.
We have 160.
Probably got like 2.5 minutes.
We have 564 behind, and he's calling the 1. Have flop is out. We're running it once, gentlemen, or twice?
Twice.
Twice.
Two times.
Like,
365 in the middle. First board going Caleb's direction, unless he can spike a 5. No chop outs.
so,
Picks up
All
2
right.
pairs.
Well,
that's a shame.
Caleb
Queen
has
Jack
used-
would have got the best of it.
Caleb has used 2 of his cards on that one board.
That is true.
Next board. Oh, it's got it. It's got it.
It's for TV, damn it. We need the drama.
There you go.
There you go.
It says for TV. We need the drama.
Jack 9-3, 2 hearts.
Nothing for ace king yet.
I'm happy to chop regardless.
Oh boy.
Oh, he spikes the
Two
king on the
outs.
turn.
2 outs remaining. Can he hit it? We're on the edge of our seat. It's a queen. Queen Jack would have won both boards. How about that?
Hey, that's funny. I wonder if Taco realizes that.
But it would have gone good straddle case.
I think he just would have been kicking himself because the other, the guy who 3-bet still had a lot of chips behind, right?
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah, he had about 500 behind.
Thomas. Was it Thomas?
Wow. And Caleb picks up another double up. Started the stream table here with, I think, a little over $100, and he's already up to 3.5. So
Yeah.
it's a good day so far for him.
Ahuja, your buddy, wants to know if the stream's equity calculates for using card removal. I believe it does. I'm almost positive it does.
Was that the case king though?
Smart stream.
Was that the case king?
So strong, maybe.
Yeah.
Anand, how's the going at the Horseshoe? It's Friday night. It's an instant pay high hand night. A lot of limpers.
Is it a high hand like every every hour? Like, is there-
No, well, on Friday nights we do 2 hours. We do instant pay, $500 for aces, full deuces or better.
Oh, I
And
see.
you don't have to wait. You don't have to wait. You just get paid right away.
So John finally does pick up. He's been racked up for about an orbit and a half, it seems, or maybe
See
2
it
orbits.
Looks like he hasn't made his way into the Horseshoe just yet. Oh,
Look at
good luck
this.
tonight, buddy.
Ace queen
Ace queen
versus
versus
ace
queen.
queen versus ace jack. King 9-5 board.
Hits nobody. He who bets wins in this situation most of the time. I don't believe there's actually been a bet. I think it's been checked so far.
Gabriel's in position. He checks behind.
8 on the turn changes nothing. Tyler might take a stab at it now. He doesn't.
Gabriel's gonna.
I think you have to at this point. You got to think your ace queen is good,
Yeah.
or you get value from draws where you don't want them to see a free river. Fold, and he takes it down with the ace high, which would have resulted in a chop had we gone all the way.
Thank you.
Off my pocket. Yeah, no. After 6
Gabriel's
straight
excited
losses,
for
the
winning
last
a
game,
pot
three
there.
of which were stacked.
I think it's been a while for him.
Yeah. He's only down 280 now. He's kind of making a dent in it. He was down 500 about an hour ago.
Well, when you get someone like David just shipping you his chips with a single pair on a double board bomb pot, you're going to make a comeback. Chris making a loose limp, ace-6 offsuit. Taco's got him dominated with the ace-10 offsuit.
Taco's going to raise from the hijack.
I think Taco has a lot of positional awareness.
He does.
He sees that he's in position against a couple limpers. He's going to want to bump it up, and he's going to have range advantage, positional advantage. Just everything's going to go in his favor.
You're right. Yep.
Fortunately for him, the bad hands folded, and we move on to the next hand.
You coming here, sir? Punta? Yeah. Right here. E3.
Seat 8 is open.
George, will you?
Who do we have? 6, 8, 9.
Exact chip count, sir.
C8.
Looks like
Punta.
a gentleman named Punta.
Punta. Or maybe it's Punta.
Drinking a lot of
You know, this is poker. I wouldn't be surprised,
Don't be playing with me.
especially here in Texas, in the Alamo City.
It's actually live. Yeah, it's up on the YouTube. Well, not live. It's like 30-minute delay. It's a 5-minute delay, I think.
No,
Also known as the River City,
Oh,
as I understand. Got a lot of rivers in San Antonio.
There's a river. There's we have a river walk downtown, which is a big tourist attraction.
Sounds lovely.
Nightclubs, bars, hotels. It's a happening spot.
I promise you, I will take a trip there.
Sounds good. Let me
Maybe
know.
this year, maybe 2024 is the year. I've been through Texas. I actually did some announcing over at the X Games in Austin quite a few years back, but I've never actually stayed and explored any part of the state. So
Very
I got to
nice.
get back down there.
It's time.
It is time. I spent 5 years in San Diego, so I'm excited to see what the Tex-Mex is like in Texas compared to in California.
That's what I think.
I hear it's a little bit different.
It is different, for sure.
I think there's a lot more rice and beans involved. And the queso. Can't forget the queso.
Tell you what, you want rice and beans, boy. I ordered enchiladas last night here at Rounders. Man,
Ooh,
I could barely eat half of the beans that they gave. They're really good, but it was just
yeah, I got to hold off on those for now. I'm on a ketogenic diet. I'm down 30 pounds at the moment. I'm trying to keep that going.
doing some
But
work.
once I hit my goal or I feel good enough, oh, you bet the beans are coming.
Beans are coming. There's a good view of our main room there. A lot of live action, a lot of people out there. Got cash games over on the right. In fact,
I guess that's not part of
trying to
I'm a big Phillies fan.
make out what games are going on.
Is that a picture of an ocean? Because I see a lot of fish out there.
9 raises, 15.
Back to the action. Cannon getting the ace 5 of clubs, not raising, just limping. However, Henry picking up a monster with ace king offsuit. He raises to $15. Gabriel's got a pair. I don't think he's going anywhere. And Caleb with suited Broadway cards, definitely not going anywhere on the big blind. Let's see who's going to get the best of this flop. Queen 10, 3, 2 spades.
Oh
this
my
is an
gosh.
amazing board for Caleb.
King Jack, yeah.
Henry does have backdoor nut flush potential, but Caleb's got the world here. Just a straight up flush draw and open-ended straight draw.
And he checks
with
it.
only 2 of his outs are taken.
Okay, so maybe he's going to come alive now. We've got Thomas.
Thomas with the
betting-
worst of it is leading out.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, it checked to him, so he's not necessarily leading out, but he is taking his position into account and trying to steal the pot. He does not even have a pair or any draw of any sort.
Caleb almost raises. He puts in 65,
Nope.
I think. Or is it? It looks like 65. Maybe, I'm going to assume it's 70. Oh,
no,
no,
it's
90.
90.
Oh, there's 3
Yeah.
greens. Okay,
Yeah,
That's
3
better.
and 3.
that's better.
I had a player at my table last night. He bet, and when he bet, he said 1 and 1, and I thought he was betting 11, but he threw out a green and a red, and I was like, "What is that?" He said, "I told you 1 and 1."
1 green, 1 red.
So Caleb doing the 3 and 3 on this one. Thomas folding. Caleb taking it down. King high. All the equity.
Yep.
Didn't even need to make his hand, and he wins a $200 pot. He's gonna be happy with that one.
Yeah, that was well done.
$3.
No, I had the speed.
Can't count on hitting your
Eddie's
cards to
Oh,
make
really?
your hand, so you might as well take advantage of the equity while you have it. And
Yeah, for
also,
sure. And
if you get called, you might
Go
make
for
your
the
hand, and all you're doing is building your pot. So
exactly.
that's
You want to build a big pot with a hand like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
when you
it's a
flop
zero.
the world, you just want to get all the chips in and hang on tight.
No, for real. Oh, yeah. There was one table.
everybody was wearing a hat that was way bigger than yours, with heads smaller than yours, and they were so fucking dumb. I like.
He
Yeah,
broke the
Preston,
stream.
we went green there, green screened it for a while, for a second.
You ready?
In baseball, I always have to get like kid size.
Preston and I played
You missed
pickleball
the
last night together, we're partners, and we broke their stream, didn't we, Preston?
Yeah, you got.
We smoked them.
You don't need.
I've been wanting to get on the pickleball game. I played a lot of ping pong over the years. Pickleball just seems
okay.
a little more active, which I like.
Yeah, it's a good time. Yeah, I think it'll probably translate well.
It's one in the middle.
It's kind of like if tennis and ping pong had a baby.
You're right.
Actions here.
There's definitely a lot of pickleball in Baltimore.
As a raise.
I've driven past one court that has, I mean, it's a pickleball park basically, and I think it has something like 8 courts. It's outside though, so I'm gonna have to wait till the snow clears.
Nice, yeah. It's got to be tough to play in the snow. Here, Henry calling.
Oh my goodness,
kings.
we are gonna have some action, folks. Kings and aces, and a king
Gabriel-
queen suited out there.
And Gabriel has aces on the button. Best place to have them.
His raise, it looks like he raised a 40.
40 to go.
Caleb's probably going to call, and then we might see a 4-bet here from Henry with kings. Actually, looks
Henry
like he's
does
getting
not.
trappy.
Henry does not come alive.
This is very surprising. And now Tyler's in with 5-3 suited.
Tyler's gonna win this.
I have a weird feeling. Ace deuce 4 flop, king on the
Ace,
turn.
4, 6. Oh, there's a 3. Did not pair the board.
All right, well, now Caleb thinks he has the best hand, Henry thinks he has the best hand, and Gabriel thinks he has the best hand. And Gabriel would be right out of all 3 of them.
And Tyler thinks he has a chance.
Right.
He actually may.
Which if this checks through, it's not looking like it's gonna. Our producers are telling us king is a misread from the RFID. So Henry actually is not sitting on kings.
Okay. All right.
We can see that he folded. So the world may never know what he actually had. It's no wonder he didn't 4-bet pre-flop. Oh, Tyler would have had 2 pair on the turn.
He's gone.
He is gone. 65 was too rich for his blood.
Let's get a read on his face.
Preston says he enjoys coin flips. Gabriel's not. Caleb's not going anywhere. I can't imagine he's going to raise at any point. We got ourselves a almost $500 pot at this point. Let's see if Gabriel can get lucky again. He doesn't.
Look at that. Look at the full house. Oh no, it's a 10. I thought it was a 3. No, it's a 3. It's a 3 on the river.
Yeah, it is a 3. It is a 3.
Yeah, so that's a boat for Tyler, who's no longer in the hand.
Unfortunately, his cards are swimming in the muck.
5 checks.
I'd be very surprised to see him check back. Oh, he's giving him the speech. He does check back. Oh no, missing value.
That's it. I stand in.
With 500 in the pot, and Caleb's sitting with 250 behind, the stack to pot ratio is so good for Gabriel to jam there, and the odds of Caleb folding are very slim. So I think Gabriel missed out on a lot of value there, but that hand is basically going to bring him back to break even, which I think he's fine with at this point.
Yeah, apparently. But yeah, he could have found himself on the good side of the balance sheet there. A little.
It looked a little like a double barrel. I was really tempted to jam on the river. I figured if I jammed on the river, there's like a 50-50 you fold.
I could probably call there, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
It's ace 3.
Can't ever be too careful, Preston says. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's not a lot that makes sense.
I know he's kind of
on Caleb talking
like
it
not a
over.
lot that makes sense.
Caleb saying he was tempted to jam on the river, but not much worse. That's calling. And luckily for him, it goes check, and he saves some money.
You have a raise in speed 1 to 20.
What?
Call in speed 2.
120? Oh, just 20. Thought I heard 120.
Fold in 3. Call in 4.
I say good.
Fold in 5.
Hard to say.
Fold in 6.
120 would be what I call a skyscraper raise.
Fold in 9.
Just a little too high.
Play.
We got ace nine suited up against queen jack off.
Gonna be in speed 1.
10 high board, nobody hitting a pair. Ace high, still good.
Bet of 20.
Thomas calling with 2 overs here. Tyler's still the best of it.
7
7
pairs of
doesn't
board brings
change
a
anything.
second spade.
Double barrel size and style check.
Check in speed 1.
Yeah, it looked like it. It really did. I was going to call you on the river.
Yeah.
Y'all know.
Oh, I know. Oh, obviously you are. I'm very well.
Jammer says his golf game and pickleball game are the same. 50-50 on whether he'll make contact. And check this out.
In my head, I'm like,
Thomas
trying to
preying
convince
on the
myself not to bluff on
weakness
the river. I'm like,
of Tyler,
You know he has kings or aces.
firing a small bet on the
I know he
turn
does.
and taking it down, getting ace high to fold.
And also, it could have been like,
It's, yeah, you still would have probably called the judge. Like,
one, 2 pair, that makes sense.
yeah, but still, like, there's plenty of set. I don't know, whatever.
Oh, wait, no. 4 pair.
Preston announcing to the world that he's filed his taxes and doesn't want the IRS to look into them very closely.
Well, now they have that on recording. And we know the IRS is watching the stream.
Not good strategy, Preston. Also, now your wife knows that you're doing your taxes instead of watching the baby. Try to get Preston to come out and play on the stream. He was had baby. Oh, the baby went to sleep.
I wonder how many players in the main room put on for a table change to the stream game. I bet that list is pretty long.
That's a good question.
3 and 4. 5 is a call.
We still have a majority of the same faces we started with 2.5 hours ago. And Caleb, player to the table, still up some money, even though he fell to the aces. Caleb picking up an open ender. Ace high, still good at the moment.
I'm not there yet. Check.
I ain't never figured.
And there is the straight.
Check.
The only heart is Cannon's king of hearts.
Check. 5 bets 10.
And Caleb still Caleb betting with the straight.
Cannon hanging in there.
Looking for a heart. Or an 8 for a chop. It is a heart.
A lot of red on that board. What does Caleb
And
do
he's
now?
looking at a lead.
7 bets 10.
A $10 lead.
Off chance you don't have a single heart.
He can't fold. He does have a heart, Caleb. The price was right.
Pretty close.
Bob.
Nice answer.
Thank you, sir.
And that might be Camden's first pot he's dragging. He's kind of been sniffing some hands around, had some chances.
Still about even.
Yeah.
Looks like they got a second table going back here. What do you think they're playing there?
Oh, that's probably 1-2. That's 1-2.
Looks like some interesting colored
I didn't have my
chips.
phone as charged. My shit's always dead.
Keep 9 raises to 10. 1 fold.
King 10 suited here for Thomas.
It's going to be a raise to 30.
3 betting. You see, Thomas understands bet sizing. Just 3xing the raise. Standard 3-bet size. Taco's in with his pair. Candon folding the queen jack suited. And Henry getting a little out of line with the queen 5 offsuit. Only 1 5 left in the deck for Taco, but Thomas's outs are all still live. Jammer saying that's a 5-card game back there.
Really? Let me take a look at those people again.
Well, Taco and Henry both flopping open-ended. Taco with the best hand at the moment. And Thomas with backdoor clubs and 2 overs. Thomas taking the lead here. Now, does Taco raise is the question. If I'm him, I like a raise. That way you maybe go heads up.
$1. Okay.
He just calls.
Oh.
Henry may be thinking about a raise here. Yeah, he looks like he's cutting out raising chips. 60. Pretty small raise. 3 ways, I like a raise to like 90 or 100. Taco's still going to call here, but Thomas is going to fold. And Henry doesn't realize it, but he's really just drawing to a queen would win it. But so far, Taco a 2-1 favorite here. And he does make the call. There's the 6.
Oh, hello.
This one's going to be a chop, folks.
And once or twice.
Once or twice.
It's not lofted, but
It's a bluff.
wow. Stop it up.
Actually, looks like Henry doesn't have a queen. He's got maybe 8-5.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, no, he's got 5-6. He actually flopped the straight, and Taco got lucky on him.
Exactly a chop and a call. Yeah. We're good.
Oh, it's 5-6. Oh,
Yeah. Wow, he flopped it. Unlucky turn.
A full house now?
Oh, dang it.
7-card run out. Let's see it. 7-card run out. Man, look at that.
Here's both boards.
But if you put
7?
any bet back,
oh, 5. What is that? 3. That's a 3.
Here's a 3.
so I was trying to get some money out of it, you know. I didn't, I'm sorry, you were like, this is not going to run out any better for me in the future. I didn't realize it.
Yeah, for real.
But I know the rules of it.
Here comes pocket 5.
I got the big card on, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
It's the first day I got here. First day I played here.
Coming up at the end of the month, once again, January 31st through February 3rd, we've got 8 flights, 8 day 1 flights for our $100,000 roundup. $200 buys you 30,000 in chips. Day 1 blinds will be 25 minutes long. Day 2, 30 minutes long. And then when we move to the final table, they'll be 40 minutes long. That's going to make for a long final table stream, but that's okay. We always get a lot of viewers for the final tables. So looking forward to that. Put that on your calendar and come get you some. Get your
1 syllable.
stake your piece of that purse.
Yeah. It was at least 2 pairs. And I did hit a royal flush today. Oh, really?
First place will probably be somewhere, just guessing. We're not going to have what's his name do any estimating, but I'm going to say first place will probably be at least 19, 20, 21,000, somewhere in there.
Sounds like a nice day. A nice weekend.
Not bad for a $200 investment.
Rude, what's your biggest score in a tournament?
$12,500 at Rounders. It was,
Was that a first place finish?
No, that wasn't actually. That was what did I get? 4th place, I think. 4th or 5th.
Or the fold.
That was a
That's a nice run.
$250,000 guarantee.
Exposed cards.
Yo.
How many
Raise to
entries in
11.
that one?
I don't remember.
Six to fold.
Sorry, I don't
7 to
recall.
fold.
Had to be
Eight to
over
fold.
1,000.
9
Entries?
Yeah.
No, it was a $250,000. I think the buy-in was, I don't know, 200, 250, 400.
9 to check.
Okay.
They kind of run together, dude. Come on.
Yeah,
5 to check.
I understand.
I was in Vegas at the WSOP for like, I think, see, that's even running together. About 2 weeks, about 14 days.
Nice.
9 bets $12.
I think I was
All right,
cash 4
let's
out
see
of
if
9
Henry could
events.
take this.
What time are we?
Henry's got the worst hand with the 8 high. Well, he's betting $12.
8 deuce.
Raise.
And
Caleb
Caleb
raising
senses some
with king.
weakness.
24. Fold on 9.
Bluffing with
So
the best
min
hand.
click,
Yeah, fold on 8. Fold on 9.
min clicks him.
If I'm not reading the
And gets the fold.
like right now.
Love to see it.
Coming up with a bomb pot.
Seems reasonable, Jammer.
He double checks, makes sure that he does indeed win with king high.
Look at all of them.
We just got to make the bomb pot and the button meet. That was interesting.
What, min click?
Right.
You don't like my
That
min click?
helps me nowhere.
He's getting some hate at the table for the min click.
Exactly. Because
I like it. I mean,
Yeah, it worked.
it looks so
I mean,
strong, right?
Why
It looks
invest
like you have
more?
the nuts.
one X.
So we're up for another bomb pot, guys. Who wants to see blood?
Half of the
Oh.
seconds? What time?
I
Oh,
vote
well,
for
yeah,
blood.
yeah. Aren't you drinking the seconds? I don't know.
Hey, good point. Good point. Good point. Cards are out. Not I.
Looks like our newest player, Punta, has yet to play a hand.
See that? I was just noticing that. He's at exactly
Not sure about this,
0.
Like one generation, right? Out of 3 generations, right? Yeah, I'm talking
Double
about
board
the-
bomb
the-
pot. First board coming
yeah,
out.
that's killer.
Very dramatic.
Oh, monotone hearts.
That's going to be fun. Make for some interesting dynamic.
And King
Another,
Queen 3.
action
2
board.
clubs.
Well, whoever's holding Broadway is going to be looking pretty good on this board. We see a Jack 10 for an open ender on the bottom. Gabriel
Hearts for
flopping a
Gabriel.
flush.
3 bet. Third. 25.
He's got a flush and
Fours and folds.
a pair on the bottom. And nobody has Broadway cards. Caleb's got Queen 5, so he's got a
5,
pair.
6, 7.
Got a
But he's
pair on
letting
both
it go.
boards.
8 is a fold. 25. 25.
Henry's not going anywhere with a pair and an open ender. Maybe he is. I don't know. Shrugging like he's going to fold.
9
And he
folds,
does.
1 fold.
Wow.
2
I
folds.
think Gabriel's just going to take this one.
Take it.
Your queen better be.
Wow.
Your
Yeah.
queen has to be better than mine. There.
Yep.
No way.
Flop flush
I'm fucking
and
watching this.
bottom pair on the bottom board is going to win the bomb pot.
I'm actually happy to explain how it
I have a small blind on the left.
I'll look at their
People
dude on your
wanted
log,
blood, but we didn't get any that
I'm
time.
not that bad.
No. No set over set on the same board.
I'm in Outback right now. I don't have that.
We can only be so lucky.
I was a button the last time, pocket fives.
That was the hand before.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, because I played 8-9.
I see what you mean about
I was in there when they made the
Give
11.
me like 2.
Chad, where's
I
the
will
book?
check back in this.
But
Where's the book?
Don't forget, guys, if you're enjoying the action,
Yeah,
like and
It's just like,
subscribe
it's so
to the
easy.
Rounders Card Club.
We're gonna
It
look at
is.
the screen.
so
Yeah,
easy
go
to
back to
fail.
the-
And
Thank you, Nick.
It's the worst.
I
Agree.
I concur. Please like that. Hit that like button, would you please, if you're enjoying this action? This could be you on the table.
It helps us help you.
Yeah, we've plucked out some. This is one of our regular tables out in the main room, and this is what we do. This is what Rounders is all about. So if you're enjoying this, give us a like.
Help nut nut.
Calls 5. Calls 5.
We're pimping.
5 calls 5.
It was ace,
6
ace,
folds.
jack on the board.
7 fold 5. 8 is a fold and 9 check. And
What is going on? Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Everyone's in for $5?
Oh, it's another bomb pot?
I don't think so. No.
Oh, no, they all just called 5. All right, then. Well, this is fun.
2, 4, 6, 7. So 7 to the
I think
flop.
Gabriel,
9 checks.
Gabriel has a king jack suited. There's a couple aces out there, though. Caleb and Cannon both holding aces.
5 bets 10. 7 call. 8 fold. 9 folds. 1 fold. 3 folds and fold.
Gabriel's in there with a second pair, and Chris can't let go of the under pair. Henry calls with the 9-6. Very in character. And he binks the 6 on the turn.
Look at that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how you win at poker.
Is it?
You just have to get lucky, and that's it.
Just hang in there. Your card's coming.
Yep, exactly. Never fold.
You bet.
Team never folds.
Happy meal.
I'll take one, Preston.
Stuff.
7 fold.
All right. Camden gets out of the way.
Doesn't like his top pair weak kicker.
35. Folds.
Henry calling with 2 pair.
3 folds.
Setting up the trap. I mean, this is essentially a limped bomb pot. So 2 pairs looking really good here. As long as he can avoid an ace, king, or 3 on the river, his hand's going to be good. River's a 7. 9-6 still the best hand. Brings in a straight.
That's a good card. That's all right. There's no straight there. Caleb is in position. Caleb with top pair, no kicker.
Yeah,
he's
it
gonna
looks like he's
bet
going
for
to
value.
it. But unfortunately going to get called by a better hand. Snap call.
Ace? No.
Bet of 65. And 9.
You also had an ace.
Caleb's seeing the bad news. Henry turning 2 pair.
Not a very good ace, that's why I asked.
He's going to win this fake bomb pot.
Thin value.
That
was pretty thin.
Very thin value.
Skinny.
Oh, yes. Okay, I got it.
Especially with so many, how many? 7 players to the flop. I mean, yeah,
that was
7
that was Texas.
Oof.
That was a Texas hand.
I mean, I live here and I play here all the time. Even that was a lot for me. I got busy for a minute.
At the horseshoe, we call it a horseshoe heads up.
Horseshoe, yeah. Rounders heads up.
Because we see that all the time.
Thank you, sir.
How much time do it say?
For you, in seat 6, 12 seconds.
12 minutes.
11 minutes.
Thank you.
This hand's not done in the next 10 seconds.
$5 upfront straddle in seat 2.
It's a very nice hand.
You bet that?
Indeed.
Thank you. We're going to go $5 starting in seat 3.
All right, $5 straddle here. Caleb with the ace king. This man's getting a lot of big hands. Unfortunately, he's back down about where he started.
5 raises to 30.
$30 to go now. 6x raise.
7 fold. 8 fold.
Henry with the ace 10 in the small blind. Doesn't look happy. He knows he's supposed to fold here, but he really doesn't want to.
Have a hard bark.
Oh, he is going to lay it down.
Fold in 2.
And everybody folds, and Caleb's going to win $8.
Shows ace
He
king.
shows big slick.
Would have been. Flop was coming 3-5-8.
Yeah.
That's Henry off the hook.
There's that
No
table behind.
way. That's a tournament table.
Okay.
That's not a fun.
Yeah.
That's a tournament table. Those are tournament chips.
That's kind of what I was thinking too. Yeah, $8, a monster pot. That's all right. He was predicting that the flop was going to be 8-5-3, so he's happy to take it down pre-flop.
Don't feel bad.
Acting's gonna be in
And here goes Caleb again with another hand. He's got pocket sixes.
Chris with the suited king is your limp in.
Mhm. Jinx, you owe me a taco, and not the one sitting at the table.
Not that one.
and 7 call.
I'll take carne asada.
Got some good tacos here at Rounders Card Club. I mean to tell you.
I can see why you don't have a favorite food there.
I'm telling you.
35.
Wait till you come. There's the menu. There's double-sided menu. I don't even know how many items there are. There's Ale, one of our favorite servers,
5 calls.
checking on the guys, making sure they've got everyone's staying hydrated.
7 calls, 35.
Oh, look at this.
8 calls, 9 calls.
So Caleb limping in as well as Camden, and Thomas making it 35 with Queen Jack suited from his big blind. He didn't want anybody to see a cheap flop. 6s and 10s call,
3 ways.
and Thomas with 2 overs.
To the flop.
Some of his diamonds are taken up here, but there's still a chance.
Good flop for 6s and 10s.
Absolutely.
Not so good for Thomas.
Well, Thomas doing the smart thing and checking.
I agree. I was just going to say the same thing. Thomas with a good check.
Oh boy, Caleb goes all in, and I don't think Cannon's going anywhere.
Yeah, that's a good flop for 6s. I can't really blame him for thinking he's got the best hand here. And not only that, Nick, the turn, he's not going to see too many turn cards that he likes with 6s.
For sure. It is a good flop for 6s, but it is a way better flop for 10s.
Right.
105.
And we haven't seen Cannon do much raising, so I think he might just flat this. Oh my goodness.
I was thinking it, but I didn't want to say it.
Can somebody please give this guy a knit button? Caleb taking it down with the second best hand. Now, I don't know if Cannon watches many streams, but he's going to watch this back, and he will be kicking himself. What a perfect flop for 10s.
Assuming he had 10s.
Yes.
And I'm going to say he probably did, because if he didn't have 10s, he wasn't in there with 9, 10, Jack 10. I mean, it's just he hasn't been playing that way.
He has to assume, being that Caleb limped in, that he's got a set or he's got 2 pair.
Guys in the chat, calm down, okay? Calm down. You just, a couple of, there's like three possible sets out there.
And some 2 pairs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's very nice of Cannon to assume that Gabriel would do that with a better hand.
4 calls.
All right, Chris,
5 calls.
suited wheel cards, under the gun, limps in.
7 calls, 2.
Cannon trying again now with Queen 6 suited.
Thomas
with another nice hand.
Nope, just going to complete.
3 blinds off.
And
continue to surprise me.
17 is announced.
Can't raise it up.
Yeah, why
So
not?
the
He's
big
got King 6 offsuit.
5 calls. We got it called.
All right. Small blind versus big blind. This is what we call blind on blind violence. We also call it being dominated. And the king on the flop.
Luckily for both of them, the ace might save him some money.
Ace king 9.
Or it may give Gabriel the ability to win this pot outright without.
Yeah, I agree. It's a funny bet size though. What is that? 12?
$12.
12 and 38 is going to keep Thomas around. Gable's going to have to turn up the heat a little bit if he's going to try to wrestle this away from Thomas.
Yeah, for sure. Preston says he calls with Queen high there, but
you do, Preston. That's why Preston's on the sidelines tonight.
That's why he's in for 3 bullets.
25.
Gabriel does crank it up a little bit, but definitely not enough. He's going to have to triple off here if he wants to win this without showdown. And the river bet is going to have to be, I'd say, $100. If it's anything less than 50. Oh, and look at this. Thomas going with a lead.
75?
Ooh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
is that a blocking? What's
I think he's going for value here.
what's going on here?
$100. I mean, it's very
100
polarized.
into 112, and
It's
he just
a pretty
took the
polarized
lead.
bet. Maybe
This
he
is
just
a bluff.
Gabriel
This
and a
is a
weak
bluff,
king.
right? No.
Maybe Thomas knows something we
No.
don't know.
Well,
I mean,
could be
Gabriel's bet
that.
sizing was pretty weak on the flop and turn, so he might just
Yeah.
think Gabriel's got a 9 or a weaker king, and he can get value from it.
This is funny. I mean, like peculiar.
There was no draws, so it's not like a draw missed unless it was a queen 10 or queen jack or jack 10, which those hands would all float the flop, but probably just fold on the turn.
But
Gabriel could be assessing the range and put him on like ace 3. Maybe he had 2 pair on the
I want
river.
to ask what's behind it. Like, what's he thinking? Like, I'm going to bet 100 because I want to. What am I? Is he? It's not a value bet. It's got to be a bluff.
I think it's a value bet.
As it turns out, but the guy raised pre-flop. Gabriel raised pre-flop.
Very interesting.
Dude, I don't know.
I think he put him on a hand just like that. Maybe king jack king 10.
I think it's above the board. I mean, above the rim.
You could be right.
Okay,
We'll
nice
never know.
hand. Nice hand, Thomas. I like it. It worked out. He got paid. I mean, I really want to know what he was thinking, though.
I just think he was preying on Gabriel's weak bet sizing on the flop and turn and thought he was going to win without showdown. But I don't know.
Who was going to win with that
he could get
showdown?
called by worse. I think that's what who was it? Thomas? I think that was Thomas's thinking. Was that maybe if I bet out here because he looks so weak with the flop and turn sizing, if he leads out on the river for a large amount, he can just take it down.
So that's a bluff.
Right. It's very hard to tell.
You said it was a value bet.
Well, no, I'm saying it could go either way. Either he's doing it as
That's
a
what I'm
bluff.
saying too. I want to know which it was.
Right.
Or did he just say, "Hey,
It's hard
look,
to
I
tell.
found 4 green chips here"?
Yeah, he
I
could have
really-
been going for making a weak.
I
ace
like
fold.
it. I just. Oh,
Value-
Ghost says it's a
value
value
bluff.
bluff. Okay, that explains everything. Thank
Yeah, I
you,
like the sound of
Ghost.
that. I like more.
I
Value
appreciate you clearing it up. Oh my gosh. I don't need to turn
$5 upfront grab.
middle pair.
Hey, you
into
never
a
know. There
bluff.
might be a reason to. Either he turned it into a bluff or he knew that he was going for value.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think there can be a reason to turn middle pair into a bluff. You fold out like
But
ace 4 or something.
most weak aces there hit 2 pair. So chances are he didn't put him on a really weak ace, especially being the pre-flop raiser. But I mean, it's so hard to put people on ranges here. We've seen such a wide range of hands playing a lot of pots.
4 calls 11.
Ghost, you're funny tonight.
Bipolar.
I hate bipolar. It's awesome.
We see a little pair on pair violence in this hand. Taco might be coming along here. He is with the 10-8 suited.
Funny sizing for queens.
Very funny. He was the first raiser though, so keeping it standard, not to give away the strength of his hand.
Pair
All
for
hearts.
Taco. Yep.
Gabriel is the queen of hearts.
Queen of hearts.
Definitely got to put a bet out, and I do think that both Chris and Taco are going to fold. I don't think Taco's even going to call with just top pair here. I could be wrong. It looks like I'm wrong.
I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised if he does call.
He's
Top
played
pair.
relatively tight. Both players picking up 2 pair on the turn. One of the pairs on the board. Maybe Gabriel checks back.
It's a
to
good
incite a
card.
bluff.
I mean, that's just that 4 could keep Taco around 16 to 85, 75%. That might be a little too steep for Taco. He might exit the freeway, or
He's not giving it to him yet.
He might just buckle up and grip the steering wheel a little bit tighter.
Yeah, I mean, Gabriel could show up here with just the ace or king of hearts, and not much more than that. Unfortunately for Taco, Gabriel is holding a premium. This might go check.
It's
check
going to go
now,
check,
honestly.
check. Yeah. Oh!
Well, now
Resuck.
Gabriel wants to go for value. Now he wants to go for value. I mean, he could be up against Jack 10 that can't fold. That has top 2 pair, but queens and 4s is better than jacks and 10s, at least in the books I've read.
Yeah.
But very surprising to see him go for value here and not with the aces versus the king queen.
Taco might call him here, putting him on a flush draw.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know, Kamala. I'm missing everything. I don't know what's going on. I know that.
Half pot bet, though, the half pot bet is definitely more value heavy than it is bluff heavy. Skater Die likes the bet. I like the bet too.
I like the bet too. I just don't know what Taco's going to do.
If you bet less, he might be more likely to fold. If you bet more, he might be more likely to call, thinking it's a bluff. Right in the middle makes the decision extremely difficult.
I think he's going to fold. I thought he was going to call earlier, but he's just not really. Now he's touching his cards. Not that.
Makes the call.
I don't know what's going on. I'm telling you, I've never seen this game in my life.
Nice hand, Gabe. Got there.
Somebody said he got there. Was the river actually a heart? I think I heard the dealer say queen high flush. I'm not too sure.
4. It was a 4 of hearts. I mean, not.
No.
The 4 of hearts was on the flop. Yeah. So it couldn't. Well, unless it wasn't a 4.
And then I heard somebody say you got there.
Yeah.
Maybe the graphic was on the river, but
where are we at? Gabe is up $69 with that pot.
Oh, he made it into the winner's circle.
I was out there and I put a pot in hearts only, and the guy sent me up with ace 5 of hearts. Yeah, that's not flush. I think that's a very good hand to have.
Taco's still up 300 on the night. 3 hours into the game.
Yep, we've been here for 3 hours, and some of you all been here since the beginning. We appreciate that. I know some of the chat are players here at the Rounders Card Club, so I assume they're sizing up their future opponents. As we take a look, Tyler now with queens, raising to $20, and Chris with ace queen offsuit, just calling.
Maybe like back
On the button.
7 fold. I want to hit man. And 8.
Tyler. Did he get called? Oh yeah, Chris called him. That's right. Heads up.
Ace queen on the flop. There is an ace.
Ace
is not what
8.
Tyler wanted to see.
Tyler checks. Chris bets.
Chris snap bets.
35.
I think Chris bet before Tyler even checked.
And a call.
Of course, Tyler's gonna call. Chris isn't always gonna have an ace or an 8 here. And of course, he still has 2 outs. That not being one of them. And Chris is the only one with a spade. He's got to keep barreling.
And a bet.
I like Chris's sizings here. He's just straight up going for value.
Mm-hmm. Not slowing down.
I mean, Preston, his hair looks like he got electrocuted before the stream, so that could be why.
He might be jacked up with energy tonight.
He's currently the big winner.
Chris, what did
Yeah.
I tell you? What did I tell you early on? I don't know how,
You
but
did
at
mention
some
that.
point you turn around, you're walking by, and he's got these stacks, towers.
And talk taking a big hit in that last hand.
She's snoring by now.
Caleb's still in the winner's circle, up $80. Came in with a short stack and doubled it up, and then doubled it up again, but took a big hit against aces. I thought Punta was folding there for a second, but he was just getting the card reader to register his cards. I didn't think he'd fold a pair.
He's in for two.
Yeah, you're right. My bad.
$1 for each four.
4 calls. 5 calls and 6 calls.
2, 4, 5.
First, you want to add time?
Yeah, when I get done with this hand, is that okay? Huh? You sure? Okay.
So what the players have to pay for
Sorry to
the
make you
amount of
stand
time
there.
they spend at the
Well,
table, is that right?
Yeah, everyone is prepaid. We've got these cards that keep track. It's like a debit card, holding time on your account. And then when you sit down and play, it's just kind of ticking down. And if you get low, someone will come around and we can just pay them, give them some money to get your time back up.
Okay, that makes sense.
Otherwise, your hand is dead in the middle if it turns to zero. No, I'm joking.
Really? No. Give them a chance.
I've used that before, put pressure on people to make a decision. You're ticking down. Your hand's going to be dead. Oh, set of fours. Is our friend still in there? Yes, he is.
Not just a set. He's got a boat.
That's a boat.
8 invest 20, and we have a fold.
Bottom boat is going to take this one down with a single bet. Punta did not want to call, or sorry, I forget who else was in the hand, but he did not call with gut shot. Not good enough.
It was Chris.
I apologize. They shouldn't bother you.
I want to know where Chris gets his haircut.
How close are we to the ball?
He's got the side shaved off a little bit.
Tell you that I'll tell you what. When you come to San Antonio, we'll work it out so you guys can get a haircut together.
Want to wait till the dude gets back?
Awesome. Well, I don't have any.
It's up to you guys. If you want to wait one
Oh,
more
you don't
night,
have it.
If not,
I'm bald and beautiful.
How about a beard styler? Beard trim.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. I've never had it trimmed, never styled. I just do it all myself. But I'd love to go somewhere and have them do it for me.
$5 bump up.
That's his spot.
You got or you didn't realize it. That's from the other.
I was trying to leave my money gone.
Yeah.
We're almost 60 hands into the stream, 3 hours down, another hour to go. Appreciate you guys joining us. Don't forget to drop a like and subscribe to the channel if you're loving the content. This is just a 1-2 no limit hold'em game. But here at the Rounders Card Club, they spread bigger games than that. And if you're tuned in, you're going to see them. A lot of action here in San Antonio.
And here we are joining them for a bomb pot. Double board bomb pot.
And Cannon flopping trips on the bottom board. And Punta getting involved with a flush draw on top. Not much on the bottom, though.
Candon's kicker is so weak. It's going to be tough if he faces a lot of heat.
That's right. Tyler calls with just a pair on the bottom, nothing up top.
Well, he's got a 5.
Oh, actually, he does have a pair. He's got a pair, 2 pair up top and 1 pair on the bottom. The graphics are wrong. That ace on top is actually a queen. Oh no, it's queen 5 ace.
Queen.
So the 9 is not there up top. It's actually a queen. So Tyler with 2 pair, Cannon with trips. Flush draw bricks. Actually, there was no flush draw. Having some technical issues with the camera, folks, so just bear with us. We will get through it.
8 bets 25. One call.
Looks like this is going to be a chop between Camden and
What do we got?
Tyler.
You got queen 5 on the top and a queen.
Punta calls with 8-4. I don't know how
Okay,
accurate that is.
so. All right, stop talking, Chad. Okay, trips. You got trips on the bottom. So it's split here, split here. Take your 25 back. Take your 25 back.
Okay, yeah, it's gonna be a chop between those two guys. Ace of Hearts is in the chat shouting out our man Abe at Rounders. Apparently he takes care of his beard for him.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Well, that's the other thing. Yeah, we have a barbershop in-house. Nick?
You're kidding.
Huh?
You're kidding.
No, we do. We have a barbershop also. And we also have 2 golf simulators. Yeah, we got stuff, man. We got stuff going on here at Rounders.
That sounds like way more than just a poker
Where am I
room.
going here? It goes to the extra $1. Yeah, extra $1 there. No, no, right here, right here. Yeah.
Now I definitely need to take a trip.
All right, bomb spot. The next gentleman. That's
Telling you.
in the right spot. E3 is sitting out right now.
I like this shot. You can see out into our main room. See all
Oh,
the
yeah.
action. I can see what I'm missing. Sitting here in the coziness of my office, hanging out with you beautiful people here in the chat. Bad Beat Barbershop. Yeah.
Do you have a supermarket? That is a good question. Is there a supermarket on property?
There's a supermarket within, what kind of frisbee do you use or disc for golf?
So there's a lot of different ones. There's
Well, how
driver-
far can you
Especially a
throw,
lot of customers. Yeah.
how far can you throw the driver disc?
Starts with an
about
ampersand with
350 feet on a good day.
350. There, you could hit the grocery supermarket with your driver
I
disc.
got my Swisher Sweet hoodie.
Oh,
on.
someone said there's an HEB across the street, and I've heard a lot about HEB.
Actually, what do you use for putting? Which disc do you use for putting?
It's just a putter. It's a low speed, understable disc. It just glides
you-
nice and slow.
You could probably hit the supermarket, the HEB, with your putter disc.
We got my best friend Hammy in the chat shouting out disc golf, saying that I'm his dad, which is actually facts. And we're actually going snowboarding tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, nice.
He says his putter is the Latitude 64 Pure. So there's your answer. And yeah.
But how
if
far
there's-
can you knock a dozen eggs out of someone's hand when they walk into the car with it?
I might be able to. I don't know, but I'm definitely willing to test it.
All right. Come on down. I'll put you to the test.
We got an interesting flop here. Nobody's got much of anything. Punta with the best of it, middle pair. See Cannon laying down his king high. And Taco was the better on the flop with just 9 high. Nobody improving on the turn. If Taco decides to bet, he might be able to take this one down unless Punta wants to look him up 2 streets. Taco may be feeling a little frustrated with making a couple of wrong calls.
Taco blocking nothing, connecting with nothing.
He does block like 6-7 for a
Yeah,
straight
he
draw,
lost 6-7. That's true.
and he's got a club in his hand, so
But he's
he might
that
just
isn't-
be firing away at
well.
it.
We know what we know that. we know what he's doing.
$5 bucks Straddle. I mean,
He wants to get some back, and now it shows on the graphic below that he is again the most profitable one tonight so far.
Wrestle the lead away from Chris.
Yeah,
Have
We
another
haven't
draw
seen
for
it.
that beer, Fred. Attaboy.
It makes the game go to.
We haven't seen them go head to head yet,
Like
Chris and
if you
Tucker.
only allow under
That would be
or
exciting.
whatever, then the stakes can get raised like a lot, like just ad lib, you know.
Here it's
Fred's
the
a lot
street.
more fun. Taco's a
Yeah,
lot more fun to play with at the table when he's
Yeah, they can't pick that up. Okay.
imbibing.
But normally out there you can. Yeah.
Just go to the street.
I was streaming it from Mississippi.
Yeah. Yeah. It was
Tom is stepping away for a minute, maybe going to get a drink of his own.
The first time I played the casino was at Bow Rivage.
5 raises. Yeah.
You can straddle from anywhere to the lines. I'm like,
7's a fold.
that's wild.
It was pretty crazy. It was genuinely pretty crazy.
Tabletop.
Straddle was so
Talking about
because here, like,
first poker experience being at Beau Rivage, where they had the Mississippi Straddle any position except the blinds.
Bizarre, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't really change the action sequence. Of the shit.
Yeah.
Like anytime someone was throwing next to me,
Both players missing this flop. It's going to be a he who bets wins scenario here.
But then
Caleb taking that one down with a bet.
Adding to his profit up to
Overbought.
$94 in the green.
My man Camden hanging in there,
Really grimy.
just $61 down
Where-
after 3 hours of play.
people here for sure.
Scrubs joining us in the chat. What's up, Scrubs?
I don't want no scrubs.
Stimulus players.
Still living off that $1,400.
it's going to be 3.
I didn't mean to close it.
Speaking of pocket tens,
Under the gun this time.
4 is a fold. 5 and 6 a fold. 7 is a call.
Oh,
Punta with pocket kings.
8
on the
raises,
button
35.
makes it 35.
9 is
All right, now do we have another graphic? Okay, he does raise. I'm a bit colorblind, so the greens and reds kind of all look the same.
Ah.
Gabriel is calling. We're going to a flop. 2 pairs, a couple
Heads
nice
up.
pairs. Tens versus kings. Gabriel's going to need need a straight or a 2 outer here.
Gabriel with $1,000 behind.
Scrubs is calling out a 10 on the river. Oh boy, this is going to get spicy.
Good flop for tens. Good flop for kings.
Both holding hearts.
Gabriel checks to the 3-better.
He just bets 20, less than a quarter pot.
I'm gonna turn.
Kind of surprised not to see a raise here from tens, but it definitely makes sense.
Turn up their volume a little bit. See if we can hear anything.
He's trying to get the most out of this hand, that's for sure. Will it be a 10 on the river?
Small.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. 3 checks.
the queen might deter him.
Heart.
I don't think Punta's ever checking back here. I mean, the flush does come in, but he has the king of hearts. So I think he's just going to go for value, and Gabriel might be able to fold his tens here, even though he does hold a heart. I am once again seemingly wrong as he's cutting out chips.
He's gonna
Let's
raise.
make the- That's a raise?
That's not a call. That's a
Oh,
raise.
boy.
It's 225. Yeah,
Punta's
225.
going to check for hearts. He
He's
sees that
he's
got a
repping.
heart.
He's repping the flush.
I think this is okay if you have the ace of hearts in your hand, but not the 10 of hearts. He does make the call,
Nice.
and Gabriel's going to see the bad news. Oh, he
Jacks.
put him on
Kings
jacks.
versus jacks. No, he did have.
I think maybe jacks would
Call,
fold.
good call. What, 6-8 was good?
Let's go.
Huh.
Small blind, big blind.
Okay.
Gabriel might be now. Trying to make a play there. Unfortunately, it did not work. I think when Punta sees that he's got the king of hearts, he has to flick in the call. It blocks like king jack, king queen, ace, king of hearts.
Floor on 20.
Well, somebody's calling for the floor and they need it bad.
With a loud voice, and I don't think it's a doesn't sound like a dealer's voice.
Doesn't sound like a dealer's voice.
This person sounds a bit alarmed. Oh, kings again for Punta?
8 raises.
Wait a minute. Are we sure we got all the cards back?
Listen, viewers, our producers did tell us that this hand is not a misread. He does, in fact, have kings back to back. Uh-oh, and Tyler 3-betting with 9-7 suited.
That makes sense.
Oh, boy. Getting a little tricky. Are we going to see a 4-bet? We haven't seen a lot of 4-betting. He just calls with kings.
No way he got kings again.
You know what they say about 9-7 suited? It's the
No.
king cracker.
Oh,
There's a 7. Oh, he flops a flush draw to go with it.
a 7, a pair and a flush draw.
An ace
And
on
there's
the
an
board, too,
ace.
is going to slow
Yeah.
Punta down.
Yeah.
Wrong with a little double barrel. Spice the barrels of fun.
Punta's got a gut shot now and still is holding the best hand with kings. Tyler, however, has a ton of outs.
The guy that was calling for the floor is now calling for cocktails. It's a very stressful run out. I don't know what's going on over there.
Wow, Tyler bet 75
No, you're right. You're right.
into 100. So now we got a $250 pot.
Can Punta take the heat?
Oh,
Well,
boy.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, was there a
Tyler's gonna
was
have
there
to
a
come with
river
it.
Jackson? Queen of the river.
Yeah, it's going to take a big bet to win this one.
Yeah, it's gonna $200.
150 is an
And now in this
150?
case, with Punta holding the king of clubs, it makes it less likely that Tyler actually has a flush draw.
Oh man, it's a
Oh,
quick
he makes the
call.
call.
It's a quick call. He didn't even think about it.
I think he just wanted to show that one down. Kings back to back. Wow, that's incredible. What a call. Punta started the stream not playing many hands, but now picking up these
Well, it
premiums.
turns out he likes
Making calls.
kings. You know, who knew?
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
gonna play.
He's
Looks like he's
king
gonna play
magnet.
kings every time they give them to him.
He actually gets value from not 4-betting that hand, which is unbelievable. And making a great call on the river. The chips are going his way once again. And Punta, look at this, jumps into our lead for most profitable of the night.
My man.
He's up $538, and he's got a rack in front of him.
The freshest player at the table.
Somebody's adding on.
reloading. Who's that? Where's that money going?
You like MGM?
Probably.
You like MGM?
Who do we think? Caleb?
No, it's a band.
Oh, it's going to.
It's Tyler.
Management, but yeah.
It's going to Tyler.
I've never
Tyler still has 600 in his stack.
Yeah, he wants to be there with the big stacks. The more you play, the more you can win.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Makes
there's
it
another
easier to get
side
on
to that too.
That's true. Come on, I'm a winning player. I got to think about the positive.
That's true.
I can't
Lucky
say the
you.
same for anybody on this stream.
All right, Chris is.
All right, Chris
limping in
attempting to
with
limp
his-
in again with a suited king. We've seen him do this a lot, but he tends to just fold to a single raise.
7 and 8 full
See
call.
Camden here with a better suited king, and he's in position. I really think that another way
One call.
that he might want to consider
Call and then
playing this hand is to raise in position. Got suited Broadway cards. You can thin the field.
Cannon seems to be a very tight player, if you ask me. So he's just trying to see any flop he can. And looks like Gabriel popped in a raise with pocket sixes, which is
Fold it all the way
currently the
around.
best hand.
Each one is going to call.
Cannon folding the suited Broadway again. Very, very tight fold. And Tyler, who was actually holding a lot of Cannon's outs, is going to see a flop in position for $22. And we got 56 in the middle. And it's a flip. Decent flop for sixes and absolutely nothing for Tyler.
That means he's going to bet, right?
Not apparently not. 2 overs to Gabriel's sixes out there.
There's a 10.
Now he picks up a gut shot and a 10 on the turn for Tyler, picking up top pair. And look at this. Gabriel's just going to gift us some chips real quick. Only betting 17.
Pair, gut shot. Tyler with top pair. Good kicker. Makes the call. 7, 8,
And
10.
Deuce changes nothing.
Gabriel's
going to check.
going to get to showdown. Tyler can go for value bet. That's 50 into 90. Yeah.
He could put him on a hand like ace-9 and the flush, the straight draw is missed. The only hand he should be worried about is jack-9. Tyler's not really playing 9-6 or any hands like that, and Gabriel's got 2 sixes in his hand. So I think really the only thing he can call with is this: if he puts his opponent on exactly a 9 with a king or ace.
Good for you.
That's crazy. You get them back to back.
He shows top pair.
Usually don't happen.
That makes Gabriel happy that he folded.
That's what I call rebuy run good.
Yeah. Are people allowed to read the books on display or just for display?
I was also going to ask that question.
We allow people to display. I don't know. There's a convoluted joke in there, but no. One of our friends, the Poker Traveler, brought some books from his library that are duplicates or whatever, and so yeah, they're there for show or to pick up and read. Maybe if you're waiting for a seat.
150 in the top.
Yeah.
$5.
In fact, I brought one home. I'm looking at it right now. It's on my shelf in my office.
Yeah.
It was interesting because I think it was written like 150 years ago. It's a poker book.
Oh, wow.
It's called The Education of a Poker Player by Herbert O. Yardley.
6 folding. It was sitting out. Yeah. 7 folded.
Maybe you're trying to get that raise.
8 fold with $2. Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's a 5. I'm sorry. $5 per hour.
Looks like it was published in 1957.
well, yeah, but the guy that wrote it was born in 1887, I believe.
Oh, wow.
16.
And he's writing about
3 fold.
his poker. 1889.
That sounds like an awesome book. I'm reading about it right now.
Pretty cool. I just knocked myself off. Said he knows that. Yeah, I stole one. Said he knows I still have that book.
I wasn't gonna say it.
Okay, guys, that's just between us. All right, don't tell anybody.
Pocket threes ahead pre-flop, and look at this
set and
set of threes and an open ender, and also Thomas has backdoor hearts, backdoor nut hearts.
Yep. Thomas can make some hay here. He's got 8.
That's only 12 on this extremely wet board. I'm probably going closer to a pot-sized bet, but he does sucker them both in.
I mean, he could be dead right now. 4-7.
There's an ace. Well, that's good news for Caleb because now he can get more value for his set. Oh, and he goes with a check. I hate the check. Thomas thinking he turned the best hand here.
Top pair for Thomas. Maybe he's going to come alive here. He's hoping somebody hit their ace And now he's going to pounce. How much does he have? 199.
He might do a little
He
min
can
raise
jam.
here. Nope, he does raise. Not huge. I mean, he doesn't go all in. He might as well go all in with this
Might as
size.
well. So I was saying he could just jam here with his stack.
I think Thomas is a good enough player to get away from a weak ace like this here.
Could put him on the flush draw though, like the spade. He bet all of a sudden he check raises with ace of spades.
Absolutely.
70 more. 70 for
Very
290 or
tough
300.
I wouldn't blame Thomas for a call here. I mean, we can see he's drawing dead, but like you said, his opponent can have a ton of draws, combo draw of sorts. But Caleb's range is pretty wide. He has been playing a lot of small pairs. And Thomas makes the correct fold.
He's getting over 4-1 on his money. Caleb shows the set.
I'll make it a bet and over. Thanks, man.
Well, turns out he made a little bit of money playing it that way,
I'm getting a little. I would do the same thing.
And he probably wants to protect against any flush draws or straight draws. Raise definitely makes sense on that exact turn card. Any turn card that's a little drier than that, I'd probably just call. And then elect for a check raise on a lot of rivers. One thing a lot of players don't pay attention to that they should is the stack to pot ratio. So if he just calls there with the set, it's a pretty clean river. He's going to have the perfect stack to check raise all in, and Thomas probably can't fold based on his sizing on the river if he does decide to bet.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Mike could have gotten it all, except it was kind of there's two flush draws. So
yeah, it's a scary board.
5 calls to 15, 7 folds, 8 folds, and 9 is going to club 15. Now 3 going to the flop.
okay, $15, 3 ways.
That looks like more than 15. Oh, there's 15 each. Okay, gotcha.
5 Zach.
10, 10, 5, a rainbow.
Check. 9 check.
Gabriel taking a stab.
5 folds.
He's probably just going to take this one down. Yep. Oh, it says 75 in the middle. I guess that includes the bet.
Well, yeah.
45 plus 30.
Yeah, there was 50 in there. Punta's still at the top of the leaderboard. He's up over $500.
Kings will do that.
Yeah, twice in a row.
He's the king of kings.
Yeah, he had a pair of kings.
We got a guy that plays a lot of PLO at the Horseshoe, and whenever he hits quads, he tells people he's got 2 pair.
Yeah,
and then flips them over.
Or something like that in the system.
Who's going to be on it?
Makes him real popular with the guy with the nut flush. Right?
Yeah.
9 folds.
Or the boat, I guess, is really more likely.
100%.
2 is fold. 3 and 4 is fold. 5.
Not too much action on this hand. Tyler winning the $3 from the blinds.
Gonna beat it. Let's go.
Is that hand over?
Are you kidding
Yep,
me?
that's over.
Yeah.
Skater die. I want to tell
Sorry,
you,
I left
I'm
with the
glad
ace,
that's
so
a
I guess.
great question. The question is, any major difference between 1-2 and
I got
2-5 in Texas, or same?
Yeah, I can't.
Let me tell you a little story. Yesterday,
You're ahead of my.
as I'm walking out,
You were ahead
I
of my Jack
just
9 off.
must have had a tournament. I'm going to turn these guys down just a little bit.
No, sorry. It's Jack King.
So this is a
Fine,
1-2,
Jack King
typical
off.
1-2 table. I was walking by and I
The
saw
Jack
some of the
King off.
guys that I've been playing 1-3 with earlier in the day, and the game turned into a 2-5. As I'm walking by, I saw one of my friends with a stack of purples that were so high. I stopped and looked at him. Oh my God, that's a lot of chips there. Went over and counted his stack. He had $32,000 in front of him at the 2-5 table.
No.
It's like
What did I have?
So
I don't know.
Oh, I
there's
thought
your
it
answer.
was there or something.
Yeah,
Uh,
that board was disgusting.
Not every 2-5 game is that big, but I didn't check all those stacks at the table, but there must have been,
I'm pretty sure it's awesome.
I don't know, probably easily 40, or not 40. It had to be over 50, $60,000 on the table.
Yes, 4,000.
That's a big 2-5. I know in Maryland it's capped at $1,000 buy-in.
This is an
But I mean,
uncapped.
you see some $3,000 and $4,000 stacks.
Oh, there you go.
What's that, 45? What are you gonna do? 45?
Well,
Gabriel going a bit crazy here with the ace queen. It looks like there was a raise and then a 3-bet. Okay, that makes sense. So Punta electing to see a flop with his suited king. King in the window. And Gabriel with a gut shot.
So I was just thinking, looks like what a great time. That's on the window. I was like,
He does check it back, which I'm very surprised to see. He's got position and the gut shot with an overcard. And I imagine Punta's going to take the lead here and fire out a bet with top pair.
Jack King off.
Yep, and he takes it.
I mean, it's good. It's good.
Very surprised Gabriel folding there with the gut shot.
yeah,
Thought you got that top 2 on the Jack King off, and then
yeah.
He's
Me too.
probably tightening up a little bit just to
I was thinking
Trying
the
to get
same
him
thing.
stuck.
Yeah.
avoid any further damage. Punta continues his lead. Should I say dominance?
Working? Coming in to work?
I never would have survived that.
Hold on, I'll be over. in a second.
I know. I consider myself.
Fig doing a great job in the box. Usually we have 2 dealers and they switch out every hour. And
Okay.
Drew, or as we call him, Happy, because he's got the same name as Drew. Drew Gilmore, so Happy Gilmore. Apparently
Okay.
busted up his hand is the report that I got. So I'm not sure exactly
no.
what that means. His pitching hand.
That's no good.
So he's out tonight.
It's so cold here in Maryland. I was dealing last night, and my pitching hand, I got a little crack in my skin because it was a little dry, so my hand started bleeding. I had to get a Band-Aid from one of the players. I know you Texans think it's cold down there, but it's 22 here, and tomorrow's going under 20.
Oh, really?
Yeah, oh yeah.
What do you think? What do you put our over under at for tomorrow? Low.
I think you guys are going up a little bit. I saw it was like in the mid 40s to 50s.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be 27 with a high of 48 tomorrow.
High of 48. See, that sounds nice.
27.
I'd be outside playing disc golf.
When my wife is hiking tomorrow morning, it'll be 27.
Oh man. Yeah, that's tough. I'm going snowboarding and it's going to be 20 degrees, but luckily I got the face mask and warm jacket.
Yeah, but
and
you're
pants and
going
all that
to.
good
Yeah,
stuff.
you're doing it on purpose. Like you're trying to be.
Right.
You're doing
You
an activity that
You are
requires
correct.
cold.
Getting back to the action, we see Tyler betting out with the worst hand, maybe taking a bluff line here, and it works.
No fucking way.
Caleb does fold.
Caleb's not
Tyler
happy about
shows
it.
the fives. Yeah, he's a little upset he didn't make the call there, but he only lost about $20, so it can't be all that bad. He's still up 145 on the session.
Gabriel and Thomas down about the same amount, just over $300.
Down one buy-in. Can't be too upset about it. Plenty of money on the table, too. They can always just double up and be immediately in the green. You never know what's going to happen.
Skater Die says that anything below 60 is freezing. He's a Floridian.
Yeah, they're all the same down there. They don't like
Hey,
hoodie weather.
who wants a bomb pot? Put $5 out front. 2 cards, 2 boards.
People take breaks in there. One thing you can watch that big.
Two boards does complicate things. You think? What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, it makes for an interesting dynamic because you're really trying to hit nutted hands on both boards, and if you only have a nutted hand on one board, there's no sense in putting in a ton of money unless you're keeping it multi-way and you think you're just going to be chopping with one other person.
Mm-hmm.
And as we look and see, we only registered 3 hands so far, so
They're coming in.
Ace 10, the best on top so far, and on the bottom from the looks of it. However, Chris has a gut shot on the bottom.
Tyler has
Tyler's
a
also
good
got a gut shot. And we see a pair of 6s now. It's just ends up in the muck. Oh, Gabriel's got 2 pair.
Mm-hmm. And a pair.
And he's raising. It's going to be tough for Cannon to get away from this. He does have an open ender and some backdoor straight draws on the bottom. Caleb's got top pair up top, and he does let it go. Cannon lets it go. Oh, Gabriel wins a decent sized pot there with 2 pair and 1 pair.
Oh, that's bold. This is the last bomb pop, so I'm taking the bomb pop in.
Caleb said that's bold.
And I'm moving back to
Definitely bold.
Where's the button? 7 times the button.
Oh, is there RFID in the button?
And our dealer just notified the table that was the last bomb pot of the night. So we're down the home stretch. We got about another 30 minutes, I'm going to say, maybe left in the stream.
I know we got a little bit of a late start, so we want to give the people the full show.
That's right.
All right, so the producer's telling us we got about another 20 minutes. 35 minutes. 35.
I guess they're playing till 11:15 our time.
Right, and since we're on a delay, it's midnight here where I'm at, but I'm here for it.
So it's tomorrow already.
Yes.
You are.
Well, 3 minutes till tomorrow. I'm in the future, folks.
Ace 10.
We got a raise to 65.
Okay, who made it 65?
Caleb? Caleb 3-betting light.
9-8 suited.
The game will continue after stream, so if you guys want to get in on this action, put your name on a table change list.
Yeah, if you're in the area.
So look at this. Tyler in the straddle picks up ace-king offsuit. Gabriel raising and Caleb 3-betting with 8-9 suited, which I like. He's got a good position on the table.
He took the money.
Henry's thinking about it with ace jack and eventually lets it go. But Tyler on the straddle with a monster.
Fold on 9.
And there's no way he just flats here. There's no way.
Here we go. Raising chips.
That looks like a raise.
220.
210,
210.
Wow, that's a big raise.
Mm,
Caleb gonna have to let this go.
yeah, it is. You're right. I thought there was more.
Oh,
I
three and a
thought there was
half
more
X.
money out there.
He is out of position, so the sizing does actually make sense, especially with a couple other players still in the pot. But I probably would have gone a little less, just because stack depths.
Maybe
they're not
150.
very deep. Yeah, it kind of maybe makes Caleb more likely to call there.
Yeah.
And go post flop, but also I'm sure that Gabriel is happy. Or sorry, Tyler is happy just winning that pre flop.
As it turns out, though, with the card, like we could see the other cards that were dealt out. There were, I think, 3 aces
Oh, wow.
already dealt out pre-flop. So he
Yeah, so
really,
maybe
I
he
think
didn't
he
want to go.
most likely did himself a big favor.
All right, we have
Yeah.
a 5 button straddle. We have a 10.
Okay.
20 on.
Now we're talking.
$10 straddle.
$10 straddle.
I'm gonna have $10 to go. $10 to go.
Gamblers mentality.
I think it worked like that. Or is that gonna be something 10 to go? 5's actually.
Chris,
It's gonna be a
oh,
raise.
there's a raise from Caleb with 3s from the low jack.
Fold.
Fred has left the building.
7 calls, 35. 8 and 9 fold.
Suited ace for Camden. Camden's gonna splash around.
1 fold.
Feeling not doing very nice.
I'm not.
How many you got behind, sir?
Suited queen for Gabriel. He's straddled to 10. Oh, it hands over. I guess he didn't get called. Oh, he did get called. I thought so.
Yeah. Yeah, well.
Oh,
Yeah.
what happens?
The 3 of spades is the only one that was shown.
Well, it was saying that 5 taking it down, so I would have probably done the same thing.
Oh, looks like a good flop for Camden. But I don't see a flop out there.
Yeah, so now it's
Well, okay, something weird happened. The guy who straddled, who's Gabriel, folded, and then Caleb, the dealer thought that everyone folded. Caleb showed his hand, but only one card was revealed, a 3. But Cannon still has a live hand. So Fig is going to pick the deck back up. Really, they need to call the floor. But
oh, I see what's going on. Well, in my opinion, as a dealer, I wouldn't call the floor in that situation. I actually had something like that happen last night. The proper etiquette when you drop the deck is to not immediately slam it into the muck, which a lot of dealers do, unfortunately. But for me, I just dropped the deck, put the cut card on top. So that way, if there was a mistake, you can just pick the deck right back up and everything's okay.
You're right. But still, the protocol in this card room is that they call the floor over and then he'll state that that's what's going to happen.
Okay, gotcha. Well, it does so happen that 2 aces do come out on the flop.
we have an all in.
And an all in. He only had $47.
Cannon has played 3 hands all night. He's been here for 4 hours, and he's gonna.
How did he only end up
make
with
a vote?
How did he end up with only $47?
Well, he's called a raise here and there, and then folds every time someone does a C bet.
Yeah, it must have not started with too much.
So I want to see how this is gonna, what this is gonna do to his number. He's at that's a $202 pot. I bet he's gonna be about even.
That's what it looks like. He's $2 up.
He's in the green. Nice. That was funky.
And Caleb falls below the green line and into the red.
Apologize for scooping out there. My bad.
Everyone sitting there wondering what just happened.
Looking out there, it definitely looks like a Friday night.
There's a sea of people out there. Everyone hoping to take on the champ. I don't know who the champ is, but
Somebody's the champ.
the champ is out there somewhere. You can see one of our lovely massage therapists out there working the room. Thomas, ace queen offsuit, makes a call. Tyler with a raise from the small blind. So blind on blind action.
Interesting. What's the rule with chops? Are you allowed to chop?
Yeah, you can chop.
They're electing not to.
Well, there's no drop. There's nothing comes out of the pot ever.
Right. When I lived in San Diego, I played a lot of 2-3. And if you wanted to chop in the blinds, they still take $1 from the small blind.
Oh, gosh.
And post flop was $5 rake, no matter what the size of the pot was.
Mm.
So if you limp in the
Sounds
blinds,
awful.
you're only playing for $1.
Where was that? What card room was that?
I played a lot at 7 Mile in National City, just south of the city of San Diego. But that's most card rooms.
You mean Nasty City? Is that what they call that? I think
some might call it that.
I've never been there, but I've been to San Diego several times.
The card room was nice.
Yeah.
I just didn't like the rules.
That seems pretty heavy. I've played the 2-3 at Oceans before, and then also
it should be about the same rules. Yeah, Oceans was a good action room. All right, Thomas laying down ace high smartly.
Yeah,
Tyler's got a straight
for Tyler.
Whittling down to some of our final hands here. We've played 72 hands since starting the stream. Junta coming in late and making the most out of it. Dealt kings twice, getting value for all of them, making a great call with the second pair of kings he got.
The stream's going to go to 15 after, and then we can end with
They're letting the players know
and then you guys
when the stream's going to end.
Continue to play, but we're just not going to be streaming it.
Let your families know that they can go to sleep.
Yeah.
The stream will end at 11:30-ish.
Get a break every now and then. You know what the hell, man?
Can't believe Big, man. Iron Man. Just been in the box the whole time.
I've raised to 15.
I would have at least needed one bathroom break.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
9, 12, 15.
It's coming up on 4 hours.
Any break that you
I drink a lot of coffee when I'm dealing though. So.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I do. So when we got a 6 ball, it makes it tough. Sometimes I got to take a short break in between.
6 ball meaning 6 downs in a row.
Yes. And we have had much longer strings.
Dang.
Sometimes on a Friday night, there's I think the most I've seen is like 10 tables in a row.
Yep, they go. Thank you, sir.
That's 5 hours.
One time I was playing it. Yeah.
Isn't that 5 hours?
Yes.
Jeez.
I've seen it.
35.
I went to I was playing at MGM Grand in Vegas one time, and I asked the dealer how many downs she dealt in a row, and she said she was on her 17th.
That's not right. Was it a big tournament?
I would believe it. No, it was just cash games. They must have been short on dealers or something.
So you could tell, huh, by looking at her. She was
Yeah, because
9
when
hours
she answered
in.
the question, she was very serious about it. I said, "You got to be kidding me." She said, "I swear."
Well, each player has second pair. Caleb has king 10, Henry with queen 10.
Henry going all in on the turn here. Oh, never mind. I lied.
You got me. I got
Call for less.
Okay,
No,
he
you're
goes
right.
all in.
Yeah, that was an all in button. You're right.
Go twice.
But Caleb did just have a little bit behind.
Caleb's got Henry dominated.
Yeah, he didn't make the laydown, even though the ace hits the turn. He still said, "Well, I flop top pair. Good enough for me." Let's see if his king 10 can hold, or if Henry can spike a queen on the river. It's an 8. And the second board.
You got it right.
And
Oh,
another
8 on
8. How
both
about
boards.
that?
Okay. So king 10 is going to take it down.
So we call a scoop.
Ship at 210, made it through, played 3 hours. And I guess he didn't go home with money. Is that what I'm getting out of that? He said he got rivered. But had a good time.
We have a $5 upfront Straddle.
So appreciate your action. Thanks for coming out. Better luck next time.
Nobody likes getting rivered.
No.
Six fold. 7 is a fold. 8 and 9 are folds.
Taco hasn't had a playable hand in like an hour and a half. I don't feel like.
It's been, yeah, it feels like it's been a while.
We have a call on C2. Always call it out.
There's a raise to 20 with king 8 offsuit.
4 is a fold. Actions on 5. 5 is a fold.
Pretty optimistic.
Yeah,
Thomas
and he got called
also
right
beat
behind him on the button. He wasn't happy about that.
Yeah, it's a pretty light call with queen 10 offsuit. I think you just kind of got to fold even though you're on the button. All spades.
Yep. Monotone board,
Tyler's still
9-6
ahead.
deuce. Tyler has the 8 of spades in his hand.
And now
Ooh,
picks
now
up
he's
an open-ender.
Open-ended, yeah.
1 bets 50.
Thomas
Either-
making a call with queen high.
Neither
Interesting.
player wants to pair their second card.
Ace on the river. That's what we call an action killer. Unless Thomas decides to lead out on this river, he's going to lose.
Yeah, 1 check.
Oh, Thomas is the button. I keep missing that. He does go for a bet. And it's going to be near impossible for Tyler to call here with king high. Unless he's just very frustrated and wants to win a pot. Or he can put in a raise, which I'd love to see. Gives Thomas a look. See his body language.
He wants to call. He really wants to call, but he can't.
I feel like I'm good. But
He
says,
feels
"I feel like I'm good." Wow, this would be an incredible call. He
Calls!
does it.
king high.
Calls with king high.
That is smart play, and folks.
Though. You did smirk though.
Yeah, I did. I did it.
He put him on the flush draw, I guess. Maybe like a queen high.
I don't know.
flush draw.
Hero call.
Yeah.
Tyler was the one with all the draws, and he missed.
Like, I can't check.
And that brings him back to only being down $66.
You lose 100% of the pots you don't punt in.
Wow. That was pretty good.
That was great. And Thomas Stuck even more now. Down 468. Really
I'll
trying to
bet you
steal
when
that
this
one, and he was correct.
Been listening to you holler. for
when
20.
this stream ends, Thomas is not going to get up. He's still he's got some more poker to play.
Yeah, I think most of these players are going to be sticking around. A good amount of money on this table.
It's like you're in that Blade Runner seat.
Well, we know Chris is going to be playing. He's still got about 20 hours left in his shift, according to who was it? I think it was Kamala. He said he plays 24 hours. He does play long sessions, very long sessions.
We got a 3-bet here from Thomas to 55 with the ace queen off. Caleb now picking up ace king. Is he going to 4-bet?
This could be a big pot, but no, he doesn't 4-bet.
He just calls. You got a 4-bet, folks. Come on, ace king. It's the nuts.
Oh, but he keeps Henry in though, so let's see how this plays out.
I don't want Henry in. Henry's got a great looking hand.
He
I
does,
don't want him in there. He's got the nuts if you're playing short deck.
Yeah, but he needs the cards that the other guys have, unless he. Let's see. We have a 9, 7. Oh, another monotone board.
And Caleb actually has the ace of hearts.
Yeah. Oh, he checks.
Of course,
God, put a little bet out there. A little $40, $45, $50 bet. Oh, he's gonna
and if you look at the SPR, Caleb and Henry only have a pot size bet behind.
Not yet, though. We don't want to do it on the flop, do we? I think we want to wait.
Oh, here he goes.
Get it on the turn. Oh, okay. But now what? Now what does that do for Thomas?
I don't think Thomas can call here. It's
I don't think
another
so either.
$100. He's just got to take the L here.
That's
and
why
let
I
it
was
go.
saying I don't think you want to do it on the flop.
If Thomas calls here, that's crazy.
Well, he just got called down with king high, so he might.
Yeah, might be trying to get a little bit of revenge. He's looking for revenge against the wrong person. He could just put him on a hand like ace 8 offsuit with the ace of hearts, or ace 6 with the ace
Remember,
of hearts.
he did not 3-bet or.
Right, it's really hard to put him on a hand like ace king.
So he could put him on like 10 jack or 10 of
There he goes.
jack of hearts.
He makes the call, and he's going to see the bad news. He's
gonna
drawn
go twice.
He's drawn to 2 outs because the queen of hearts is dead.
160.
Get a pair.
Times were you running it?
Running it 2 times. 2 chances for Thomas did his 2-outer. See, he's a 16% dog here.
Real pretty game.
I mean,
2 outs.
You want to stand up and be more dramatic?
2.
Could go runner straight flush for a chop.
Why is it 16%?
delay,
Oh, 2 cards to come, I think.
Yeah, but why? I mean, still, that's still not mathing.
I mean, 2 outs is 8% one time, so 16% is 8% twice. I don't really know.
Two
That's like that SPR. You know what I mean? It's like all,
times
that's literally all
4
you
is 8. Should be 9%.
very limited out.
can do.
Or runner.
That many.
Anybody block it?
Yeah,
Straight.
exactly.
Let me have you too.
Oh, you had a queen? You had a queen, man?
I know. I'm going to watch him run past me.
The board could double pair
I don't want him
also.
to hear me back
Yeah,
Need a chop.
for a chop. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm so sorry for the infinite sweat, dude.
You're good.
Just getting things
Oh, my wife.
exactly right. And by things, I mean, things.
Well
I
said.
don't
Well
know.
said.
I don't know what's going on.
We got a colon all in,
Okay.
and they're going to run it twice.
Fig letting the production team know what's going on. Here we go. First turn. Oh, boy.
Oh,
Well, there's
Put the 8 of hearts. 8 of
not the
hearts
nut
one
flush.
time.
Yeah.
Nope.
So the ace king is going to take that
you're
board.
right, straight from my bad. My bad. I don't know what I'm talking about. You're right.
There's
Oh,
the
dude.
queen.
Oh boy, this could be a chop. Hits one of his 2 outs. Wow, chop it up.
Unbelievable, dude. Chop that up.
Wow,
2 outs.
very surprising
Wow,
outcome.
yeah. What is Celeste? Running the board twice.
We are just 15 minutes away from the end of the stream. With that being said, thank you guys so much for joining us here at the Rounders Card Club for a fun night of some 1-2 action. We've had a lot of fun players come in and out of the table, and the action is going to continue after the stream ends. As of right now, Punta sitting as our chip leader and big winner of the night so far.
Yeah, that's great. Punta has the least amount of time on the table, but he got dealt kings twice in his short stint.
And you know, we've said it already, but he made a great call on the second time he had kings.
That was a quick call, though. That was just that.
Yeah.
That was what was so surprising to me.
Well, I know who not to bluff when I come to Texas.
Yeah, right. That's true. Again, big shout out to Fig, man. Appreciate you sticking in there and doing this for 4 hours.
He's a warrior.
I don't know. There's a lot. There's more. This isn't just a regular down, right? There's more to do when you've got the headset on. You've got to communicate the action from each player.
Absolutely.
Every single time. So there's a lot of work. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. Thanks for taking one for the team, Fig. I believe Fig is actually the one who's responsible for bringing Drew to San Antonio in the Rounders.
Why don't you tell us that story?
Well, all I know is Drew showed up at Rounders one day, and they said, "Oh, Fig brought me." That's all I know. Sorry.
That's your story, and you're sticking
That's
to it.
my story. That's don't know all the details. I just know that they met in Vegas, and somehow he found himself here. We're happy to have him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's done an excellent job tonight.
You know, this flop's coming.
I don't know if he's dealing with stream.
Apart from dropping the deck a little early on the one hand.
Yeah, I was
he's been
thinking
pretty
about
flawless.
that, but that was, he was 3.5 hours into it at that point.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough job.
Okay.
Saying what?
Sure. It's our chat with me.
Yeah, I said keep it going. Action is on 8. Like I said, 7 sitting out. We got a call on 9.
Punta staying tight here.
It was call in 3. 4 fold.
Got ourselves a limp pot. Taco with king 10 off. Is he going to elect to raise? Looks like it.
Well, he's well rested.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Three folds.
And Henry, a little optimistic call here with the 4-3 offsuit. Taco's got the high end. Henry's got the low end.
That's right. I was going to say Henry going low.
Well, we haven't seen Henry have too many premiums tonight, so I've noticed he likes to play a lot of these weird low offsuit hands. I don't know. Your opponents really don't expect it, but I feel like he hasn't really flopped too much with hands like that.
Oh, he's got a gut shot.
A gutter ball.
Second pair for Taco. Pre-flop aggressor decides to not C bet this flop.
See, in my opinion, as Henry, you got to start bluffing this. Because if you don't hit your hand, there's not much you can do. Whereas an ace high board after calling a pre-flop raise, if you start betting, your opponent might think you have an ace, especially if you triple off, and they could fold a weak king here. But now Taco is going to take the initiative, assuming he's got the best hand, since Henry didn't bet on the flop. And now Henry is just calling.
He's calling for a deuce and only a deuce.
He doesn't get it. Now, I think Taco is going to slow down here, but because Henry didn't bet the flop, it's gonna make a bluff look bluffy, to say the least.
Well,
see, now
I was
bet
going to
Taco
say,
snaps the flop.
and he goes all in, right? I think
No, just 35.
maybe not. Okay.
And see, Taco snaps it off.
Taco's going to call him, but Henry has 4 high. So he can't.
And he tells Taco, I missed my flush. Maybe they were suited and we didn't know, or he's just trying to tell a different story than what actually happened. But either way, I think betting the flop there is going to do the job. You got to bet the flop, bet the turn, bet the river with that hand. I guess he doesn't really have enough chips to do that. But when you miss in that situation, I think just checking back the river is going to save you a lot of money, because being the action the way it was, Taco's never folding that river.
Yeah, especially at that price.
Right. If he goes all in, it might be different. Taco doesn't have a spade, and 3 spades did come.
That's the thing. I was thinking, since he called that turn bet, and then the spade gets there. You could sell a flush, but it's just got to have some heft behind it, you know?
Right.
Some more chips.
It's going to be our final few hands that we're seeing here. Skater Die says bluff sizing too small tonight. Agreed.
Yeah, for the most part.
Also, not the best spot to fire a bluff, especially with Taco being the pre-flop raiser on that board. It's more his range than it is Henry's. There we go. 4 ways to a flop here. Caleb's 3 is dominated, as well as we saw a queen 7 off from Camden. His queen is dominated.
How about a wheel for Gabriel?
That is a good flop. Flop the second nuts. Nobody's got spades. That's good for him.
Check, check, check. Caleb bets on the river with open ender.
And I imagine we're going to see a raise. We do not see a raise. See, you got to raise this. This is such a wet board. You got to raise it.
Yeah.
You're only losing to one hand at this point.
Now there's spades come in.
Spades come in. I mean, Caleb is holding king 3, right? So he hits top pair. But Gabriel can't be feeling good about the spades coming in. He does have a strong holding, so he's never folding, not on the turn. There's some rivers he might fold too.
Caleb's got 150 behind. Oh, Chris has cards still?
He folded.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought.
And here's a 9 of spades, which is either going to cause Caleb to bluff or Gabriel. Here you go. Gabriel's going to lead out on the 4 flushed board. And Caleb can never call.
Blocking. It's a blocking bet. $75 into 235.
He's basically saying, I have a weak flush, or I have a strong hand that's not as good as a straight, or possibly a straight, but I don't think you have a flush.
In that situation, with that stack size in Caleb's hand, I think you can either check and hope that the guy, because if you say you're never gonna fold, right, to whatever he bets, maybe you bet tiny or you don't bet at all, hoping the guy will bluff at it. You know,
Right.
check call.
It's a tough call to make when he
Some
bets,
money
though.
there. Yeah, especially with four spades. But he kind of put himself in that tough spot, right, by checking the.
Yeah,
I mean, by
100%.
not raising.
Little friendly fire there.
I actually
Not
found
raising.
myself in a similar situation where I flopped top set and pre-flop raiser bet, and I raised, and then it went runner for a 4 flush on the board, and he bet out pretty large on the river.
Mhm.
But I had already put him on middle set, so and I took a look at him, and his body language told me he wasn't as strong as he was pretending to be. And I did call, and he did flop middle set, and I ended up winning the pot. But it's really, really hard to make calls on 4 flush and four liner boards.
Yeah.
So I do like the lead out of position there. It's so much better than calling off, because you can bet and then fold to a raise, but you don't want to just check and then call off and look like an idiot.
Yeah. Well, your situation sounds like it was tougher, though. It sounded like you said it was a big bet. This one was.
Yeah, it was a pretty big
would have been
bet.
Small.
But having already put my opponent on a hand and not thinking that he had any sort of flush, it made it a little bit easier. I don't like to change my perception of the story as the hand goes on. If this is what I think you have on the flop, this is what I think you have on the river.
10 high flush for Punta.
That looks pretty good.
Apparently,
The only one with a heart.
Caleb making a play at it. I'm sorry. Yeah, Caleb.
Putting in almost half of his stack with air.
Yeah.
He just wants to win at this point. Nothing can save him. Strong dead.
Well,
he might be thinking it's a
flush
chop
on the
at
board.
this point. He's all in.
It's just not
Can't
enough,
fold.
though. It's not enough to fold him out.
And Caleb gets stacked.
If it hadn't checked around that way,
I know. I was so tempted to fucking third pot on the flop as well.
I think we've got one more hand.
New dealer coming in, you're no longer on the screen.
Oh, this was the last hand. I thought we were going to do a bomb pot at the end, but nope.
We got some stats coming in.
Managed as well then, right?
This is our VPIP stat. Who voluntarily put money into the pot? You can see Caleb was the most aggressive with playing hands. Played 61% of hands. Pre-flop raise. Now, this is a fun one. Check this out. Out of 73 hands, Chris didn't raise a single one.
Played 4 hours.
He only went to showdown 7% of the time.
Chris did not raise at all. That's remarkable.
1,000.
That's remarkable.
Well, folks, I guess that was our last hand. We do appreciate you guys joining us here at the Rounders Card Club. I had a blast. I really do appreciate you guys inviting me on stream, and I'm more than happy to do this anytime.
Yeah, we'll have to do it again. We'll have to do it again, Nick. I want to thank you very much. You did a great job. You're easy to be a co-commentator with. So thank you very much.
Well, it's easy to talk about the things you love, and poker
I look
is
forward
top of
to
my
meeting
list.
you. Look forward to meeting you in person. You coming down to Rounders, and we can do it again. We have a commentary
definitely
booth there
will.
on site.
Awesome.
Also, the poker's good. People are nice, and
It's very clear that the poker is good.
the people in the chat are nice too. I want to thank you guys. Thank you everyone for joining us. Please hit that like and subscribe button on your way out. And as a reminder, I want you to keep in mind the tournaments that we talked about earlier tonight. We've got that $20,000 guaranteed free roll, the mystery bounty. That's coming up next Friday. That's a free roll bounty, $20,000 guarantee. Man, it's going to be a packed house that night. That's going to be fun. And then we've got, starting January 31st, the $100,000 roundup.
always do that on
We've got 8 days, eight day one flights rather,
We redraw into the new game.
and the day
Not really a
2
new game.
will
Who
be
was the
on
bu-
February
It was
4th.
right in front of me.
Final
so
table will be live
was that the guy
streamed,
that busted out?
and
That was a
there's gonna be
fantasy.
plenty
So it
of
should be
plenty of
here.
action,
Okay.
plenty of fun, good times to be had. Trophy results will be reported to Hindemob, and that is what we've got going on for the rest of the month. Keep an eye out for more live streams. We look forward to seeing you in person or on the live stream. And for Nick and the rest of the crew, the rest of the Rounders Tonight live stream team, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time. Good night,
Thank
everybody.
you, Rude. Good night, everybody.
Check. 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 Ace high. Got an ace. Got a small blind, big blind. Take it.